Stop listening to atheist YouTubers.
Hey, man! This makes sense!
It's doing it again. See, I reboot Windows 10. Sound problems. Always happens. Windows 7 was the best operating system. Windows 7 Professional. I encourage everyone never to do the updates. Never let those computer guys fool around with your computer. When you get something that works, you keep it. Don't mess with it. Ugh. Japheth, you're here first today. You don't get pine points, but you get my admiration. Am I hot? Sounds like my audio is hot. Let me turn it down a bit. Yeah, but good job. And Guzman, Paul Schlechter. I was told that one of the best videos I ever have made is this one from 6 years ago. Let me see here. Let's do this. You recognize these two guys? Barely, right? And you got Mike Winger and me with my blonde wing tips, my tips. Not even fourth place. Call me a loser, Doug. Well, I don't have to call you a loser because everybody already knows you're a loser. NDHFMOUSE, whatever your name is. Yeah, I sound a little hot. I turned it down, though. I should be just perfect right now, right? Maybe a little. No, that's good. It should be perfect right now. Look what I found. I found on Non Sequitur Show still going. I thought they were gone. But I saw Sye 10 was on there the other day, and he mentioned me. Let's see if what he had to say here.
It's horrendous.
So which
at all, but yeah, I would be happy to never do this again in my life. But then I watched some of these Christians that come on some of these shows. I watched one with Doug, on his podcast, and it was a Christian that was on there, and it was horrendous.
So which Doug are we talking about? I'm sorry.
Which
Doug?
With the Pinecreek.
Pinecreek, yeah.
Pinecreek, yes.
Yeah, I was on the show a while ago. Again, had a good conversation with him. I'm sure that he would echo your sentiment, Steve. But then he just eviscerates Christians. They look like idiots. Yeah. And I think
he just eviscerates Christians. It makes them look like idiots. That won't happen today. I promise. I promise that if you come on today, I won't eviscerate you. I will not make you look like an idiot. You will do that all on your own. And the way you call in, I better do that now. You can call in at any time. I will stop the show just for you because you're special. And gosh darn it, people love you. Well, at least your mother does. That's the thing. Like, we as a society, we got to get used to the point that you don't need to support certain groups all the time. Just be happy for who you are. And assume everybody in the world hates you, and you'll be fine. You can do it. You can do it. You can be so strong within yourself that you don't care if people hate you or not. Rest in peace, Non Sequitur. No, it's still going. It's still alive. It's only mostly dead. Only mostly dead. Okay, this is from 6 years ago. Wow. Time flies.
Okay, so... Yeah, so the way I found you, or did you find me? No, I found you.
Yeah, this is the very first. This is like our first date.
Yeah, you commented on a video of mine on I think it was the one on the biggest contradictions of the Bible. That's my clickbait title.
Yeah, but did you see what I did there with that comment? So Mike, for those of you who don't know, Mike has like a series on Bible contradictions where he provides solutions, that they're not, in fact, contradictions. And I typed in the comment.
By the way, I'm on record as saying that if you're a non-Christian, you shouldn't bother with contradictions. Well, at least not much, because they'll harmonize anything away. Like you cannot... They're so slippery, these apologists and Christians in general, when it comes to this sort of thing. You grab onto one tension. I prefer tension. Yeah, let me say this. When I hear the word contradiction, because I'm more of a science guy, I think X, not X. And I dare say there's almost no contradictions in the Bible if you view the word contradiction like a mathematical term. Now, if you just want to call them tensions, great. Problems, great. There's a lot of those. But the only true contradictions you can find in the Bible are ones where it says there was 40, there was 400. You got to use numbers. But even then, they'll say, well, that's just a scribal error. It's obvious they meant 40 and they said 400. And so, I can't take that seriously. Or it says, there's one close one that's very stupid. Jesus said, don't take your walking stick, or don't pick up a walking stick. And then somewhere else it says, take your walking stick. Like, that's, I think it's something like that. But do X, don't do X, and X is exactly the same. But it's almost next to impossible to really impact Christians with contradictions, except for maybe like the big ones, the really big ones. God is all just and all merciful, whereas mercy is the withholding of justice. That's kind of a problem, right? If he's all that, well, it's in different situations and different circumstances. So sometimes he exercises his justice and sometimes he exercises mercy. But you cannot exercise both justice and mercy in the same situation at the same time. And you can't be all that as a God. And then the other big ones are salvation, free will, God's foreknowledge and free will. But then you can always get around that with how you view time.
Section of one of your videos that I've met a lot of Muslims who I've given contradictions to, and they have these great solutions. And they seemingly can explain these problems in a satisfactory method. And so then I'm paraphrasing, and then I asked Mike, how do you know that you're not doing the same thing? Because my guess is you and I would both agree that they're wrong, that there is an inconsistency there. We see that, but they don't.
What about the birth narrative in Matthew and Luke? Again, Bill Shirk, you could say, well, there was 2 censuses. And so when it implies that Jesus was born in 4 BCE, and one's like 680. Well, you're assuming that this governor was there at this time, and really maybe he wasn't. Like, you can always squirm out of it. But yeah, that is a good one. Another close one is, what time of day was Jesus crucified? One gospel says before noon, one gospel says afternoon. But then they squirm out of that one and say, well, it was on a different day or whatever.
So how do you know you're not that person who has these brilliant solutions to these inconsistencies, and yet maybe it's just inconsistent?
Yes. So that was your question. I'll tell you my thought process when I heard your question. My thought process was, first, can I think of any times where I've studied any contradictions or supposed contradictions in the Quran? And not really, no, I haven't. So I don't even have a case in point to hook myself onto to respond to. So I responded.
By the way, 6 years ago, I think Mike Winger's subscriber count is the same as mine today, 17,000, 18,000, something like that. And now he's, I don't know, 300,000. What's he at? He decided to get serious. He bought a new camera, new background, started collaborating with people. He did it right.
With the general principle, which was that if, just because I'm a Christian and I want to say, based on my worldview, that the Quran is wrong, is not the word of God, it doesn't mean that I'm going to therefore assume there's contradictions and assume that any explanation of those contradictions is wrong. I should evaluate it, look at it, and say, if there's a reasonable explanation, then I should grant that that's a reasonable explanation.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, and then you invited me onto your show.
Yeah. So I do outsider test of faith a lot. You probably noticed that if you watch any of my videos. And I think it's a very useful tool because I value truth. I think that's something you and I have in common. And so why don't you tell me...
Yeah, you see what I did there? And this is very important to do. You got to find a shared value and then use that shared value to talk about something deep. Hey, we both value this. but we still see the world differently. Let's see if we can figure this out.
A little bit about yourself, how long you've been a Christian, what type of Christian you are, because, you know, there's the fake Christians out there. We want to make sure, you know, you're the true Christian.
Well, let's see. When I was about 12 years old is when I first came to church. A friend invited me, and I went with him. And I heard the gospel and received it. I believed it. And then this is a short version, I started to slowly, very slowly over years, learn more and more about Christ.
Yeah. Isn't this very familiar? A lot of Christians became Christians this way. Very young, really don't know what's going on, but they needed community. And then as they grow older, they start to learn how to justify what they believe is true.
But if I understand
Does
correctly,
Mike Winger have these videos on his channel? Oh, no. I don't think Mike Winger wants people to watch this.
what you're looking for is the reason for why I believed it initially.
Yeah.
Is that kind of what you're hoping to see?
Yeah.
I gave that some thought, and I just believed it. I didn't have any evidence. I didn't have any lack of evidence. I didn't have any of that stuff. Basically, I heard the message of Christ, and I was utterly relieved. I was already feeling, like I needed forgiveness and I needed God's grace. And when I heard that Christ had died in my place, it just took a huge weight off of me.
Yeah. It's like, I just needed it. I felt bad, and this belief system helped me feel good.
I absolutely believed it, and experience came later. It came as a result of that, I guess.
So your friend invited you to your friend invited you to church.
Yeah.
Your parents weren't church-going people?
No.
Okay. Are they now?
No. Well, my mom goes sometimes. My stepdad, who he was basically the dad in my life.
I wonder if that's still true. If anything has changed for Mike's parents.
Time he was not favorable towards God or Christianity or any of those types of things. He didn't really like that I was interested in that or that I was a Christian. My birth dad, who I would see occasionally throughout the years, he actually tried to talk me out of it. And was probably one of the first people to really challenge my faith.
So if your mom and dad weren't church-going people, as a 12-year-old boy, how did you even know that this concept of forgiveness?
Well, I think everybody understands what it means to be forgiven or not.
No, I mean from a deity. Mm-hmm. Or did you not understand it at that point?
No. I'm an American, right? So we have certain. Gosh, how do I?
Yeah, I'm an American. Christian culture. If Mike Winger lived in Pakistan at 12 years old, felt this need for forgiveness, friend invites him to a mosque.
I account for my own awareness of the fact that I had done wrong and I was scared of facing God. In all honesty, my guess would be that it'd be a guess. I don't remember all the details of growing up, but I do remember that I knew that death scared me. The idea of facing God scared me. And initially I thought
So you got a 12-year-old who's feeling guilt, needs his sins forgiven, and fearful of death, fearful of judgment.
it was fine. And I remember having a conversation with somebody where I was kind of like a little kid, kind of blind to all my own flaws. I probably thought I never lied or something like that. And he pointed out that I'd done some wrong things. So
he has 500 subs now. Mike couldn't afford to do an interview like this again. Oh no. No. I don't think so. I don't think he would ever risk it.
I became scared and I was like, oh crud, I'm in trouble. Yeah. Then I went to church and heard the gospel. Don't remember the exact day. I mean, it's all my memories are spotty from back then. I'll be honest about what they are, but I don't have a thorough accounting.
Yeah, I can relate to what you're saying. Something similar happened to me where I was 7, and I remember that, my parents did go to church, and I went to a church, and my parents' church, and heard the pastor say, you need to repent of your sins. Jesus could come any moment, and if you're not ready, you will go to hell. Mm-hmm. And so it was that fear was probably the first reason that I went to the toilet in the church that day and knelt on a dirty floor and over a dirty toilet and asked for forgiveness and asked for Jesus to enter my heart. As a 7-year-old, really not knowing what that meant, but that sort of paints the picture right down for the road that you kind of walk down in the years following.
Good question. What kind of things do you feel guilty about as a 12-year-old? Well, I think you're just hitting puberty then.
of how it all started. I watched one of your videos today, in fact, on doubt.
Okay,
And-
I just uploaded that. Yeah.
Yeah, and you said something interesting. How you were, and I don't know how old you were when you said this, but that you had these doubts growing up, and you had all these questions, and then as you started researching and investigating, each question got answered, one after another, and it helped those doubts go away. But even then, you had this emotional doubt. I think you put it,
Yeah.
and I thought that was great that you put it that way. But would you agree that
See how nice we are to each other here?
our beliefs come first and then our reasons come second?
Okay. Well, first let me
He
share
just admitted that his beliefs came first. I just believed it.
with you real quick.
Okay.
I would answer you most of the time. Yes, is the answer to your question. But if I can share something, it was not growing up when I got those particular doubts. I was, oh gosh, it was around 2004 when kind of the tidal wave of all that stuff started really hitting me. And so,
So that would place you
I'm
at what,
30
21?
I'm 38 now. I'm 38 now. So that's, yeah. So I was in my mid 20s.
Okay, mid-20s. Okay.
Yeah. So, okay. So I think that beliefs come first, experiences come later. Is that what you said, or evidence?
Reasons come later. So
Reasons. Okay. Reasons come later.
Yeah.
Well, in a sense, I think that's an overgeneralization and probably an oversimplification. Like, for instance, you believe that the moon reflects the light of the sun. It doesn't have its own light. Is that correct?
correct.
Okay. Obviously. Right. Now,
Yeah, I don't believe the Genesis account about how it's its own light. So.
yeah, I
Sorry.
don't believe that isn't the Genesis account. But
Yeah.
your
Yeah,
belief
even though it says that the moon is a light in the sky, it doesn't mean that.
that the moon reflects the sunlight. When did you first believe that?
Oh, that's a good question. As far as I can remember, I don't think I've ever thought of the moon being a light generator.
So what Mike's doing here is, at some point you just believe what people tell you.
Probably just told that at a young age and believed it and
Yeah.
held that and maintained that belief. And then reasons to believe it came later.
Exactly. Yep.
Okay. So my answer would be that's how almost all of our beliefs are formed.
Yes. Yeah.
Unless you're introduced to a new belief
Yeah,
at an
and I'm not arguing against that. But then here's the problem. It's like at some point we grow up and we figure out, okay, is this what I've been told really true?
adult age, you will have the testimony of those around you. You believe it. As you get older, you might vet certain beliefs. You might change certain beliefs.
Yeah, and so yeah, I agree with you. But this is what I think. We all have lenses, right? How we see the world, and the precepts love to talk about this. Nobody's neutral. We have these kind of worldviews, points of views of how we view things, and so when I look at your channel and I see some of the things you do, I can't help but think of the Muslim Mike Winger, who grew up in the culture, knew about forgiveness, knew about sin, realizing, hey, I need to get serious about this God thing, and then becoming a Muslim, and then having all these questions, and well, wait a minute, this part in the Quran doesn't make sense, and then going and finding it.
This is not the video, I don't think, where we talk about the flood, but I could be wrong.
Answers, and the first answer that makes sense, that agrees with what you already believe, is usually the one embraced. It's never taken that step further. It's like, okay, here's like inconsistency. Here's a contradiction. Oh, but this solves that. Oh, I'm good now. I'm done. Let's move on to the next one. And so I see this a lot within all faiths, within all beliefs. And so I wonder, what do you think is the best way to overcome that? To not just take the first satisfactory answer, but to delve even deeper and to say, is this really true? Or am I, because my belief has come first, and now I'm just looking for things, confirmation bias, to get a good reason to believe it second?
Mm-hmm. Well, you only accept examples and explanations that are reasonable. That would be a good way to do it. And another way to do it is to say, take the strongest complaints you can find or accusations that you can find against the things that you're believing. So rather than the weakest. For instance, I'm not interested in doing this. Actually, the series you saw about contradictions in the Bible is part of a larger series, Evidence for the Bible.
Right.
So far, there's 20 parts in the series, but the first 10 of them are on prophecy.
No, this is not dye. This is bleach, Danny.
And in the search for verification through prophecy. I'm only interested in prophecies that are specific, that can be shown to have been written ahead of time, that can be shown to have a historical counterpart later that actually fulfills the thing that was said, all that kind of stuff. I'm also interested in, I do this in the series, in finding the strongest accusations against this evidence for prophecy and including them in what I'm sharing. I think that that's a great way to keep yourself safe from error. Now, if in all honesty, if I was Muslim and I came at it with the questions I had about Christianity and the Bible, I wouldn't be Muslim anymore.
So
Well, in the poll, if you're agnostic, you're an atheist. You just don't know it yet.
Would you say now that
You live, as Jordan Peterson says, if you're an agnostic, you don't live your life like a theism is true. So, like, even Mike Winger would agree with me here that you're an atheist, basically. Functionally, you're an atheist.
as an adult,
But if you really, really don't want to be branded an atheist because you're too weak inside, you can just press none of your business.
prophecy is the main reason why you believe what you believe?
I don't, it's difficult to suggest one main reason for why I believe what I believe. Rather, I mean, okay, the way that a scientist does it, they want confirmation. If something's true, it should be true from all different angles.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense? If you find one spot where then you need to change your theory, so to speak.
Right.
So I do have, initially I just believed it. Now that's consistent with a Christian worldview, with the testimony of the Holy Spirit in my life. That's consistent, but does it prove it? No. Then I did have a lot of experiences that serve as confirmation. For me, I started to doubt those experiences. So then, okay, well, what about all the questions we have, the attacks against the Bible? Has it been changed over time? How could I tell that a book had information that was supernatural from God? All these types of questions. And when you answer all of these things pointing in the affirmative, it starts to build a very robust case for faith.
We got about 26 theists in here. At least one of you must have the courage to call in.
Interviews with other Christians and Muslims, it seems like when I ask them the question, well, why do you believe what you believe? And they say, well, Doug, I've had this amazing experience with God. I know God is real. And then they talk about this experience. And then it doesn't take long, and I can say, look, a Hindu has had an amazing experience as well. And that led them to the belief in Vishnu. Are they wrong? Well, yeah, of course they're wrong. Well, how do you know you're not that person?
Yeah.
And so I think it doesn't take long for them to say, oh, yeah, okay, I admit I could be deceived. Could even be the devil that was the source of that experience. But I don't think so, because it was a good one, not a bad one. But they realize that, experience is not that reliable, a personal experience. And then they move on to, oh, but something can't come from nothing, Doug. Like, let's get real here. There has to be a God that started everything. So then they go to more the cosmological arguments or the teleological arguments. And then when I question them about that, what would an undesigned universe look like if you think this is designed? Well, I don't know. I've never seen one. Well, then how can you compare? And then but Doug, then there's the prophecies. And so I'm constantly playing whack-a-mole with theists. Like every reason that pops up that I kind of whack down and saying, this is maybe not reliable. Maybe we should be agnostic about it. A new one pops up. And so the other day I made a mistake. I told one person a bunch of bad reasons doesn't make one good one. And I phrased it.
But that's a truth. I agree with that.
Yeah, I phrased it poorly. I should have said it, a bunch of unreliable reasons.
I'm talking a lot here. This is uncharacteristic.
I get that, and I appreciate that, but that's because that's part of your tactic, I think. Am I wrong?
Well, I wouldn't call it a tactic. It's an honest inquiry, right? It's if we have these deeply held beliefs, I think it's very honest to ask why. And I think you've seen enough of my videos to know that I believe doubt's a virtue, that we should embrace doubt on deeply held beliefs and not run from it.
I disagree with doubt as a virtue, personally, yeah.
Well, yeah, talk about that
a little bit later if we can.
Well, I'm curious.
I've got my own stuff to talk about.
Okay, we'll put that on the shelf.
Actually, someone makes a good point here. I'm going to run a new poll. It looks like we're going to average about 10% theists listening. But I'm curious, how many of you atheists would have the courage to call in and speak face to face to Mike Winger? I'm going to do a poll on that.
So are you, but you also made a statement in a video that I stalked just yesterday, I think it was, where you said to a gentleman, an Australian guy.
Oh, Chris,
right?
Yeah.
Chris, there it is.
I think I know what you're going to say. Let me write it down.
No, I'll bet you do.
Okay, I locked it in.
You got it?
Yeah. I don't know how to read my writing.
Is it in Canadian or English? I don't know.
I wrote it in Canadian. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so I think that you said I can, something along these lines, I can prove every one of the prophecies wrong.
Oh, that's not what I predicted. Rats. No, I did not say that. I did not say that. I very rarely use the word prove. Did I use the word prove?
You used the equivalent of you can show or demonstrate that all of the prophecies in the Bible are wrong.
We got to play back the tape because I don't think I said I could. I think I said that one could, or that some could.
Okay,
me personally, I could not. No way.
but this is a really important statement, right? Because okay, amongst all of the evidence for the Bible, right? Like if I show the Bible doesn't have contradictions, have I proven it's from God?
No.
No, I've just showed it doesn't have contradictions. If I show that the Bible is good for people, if they obey it, it's good for them. Have I proven that it's from God?
No.
No, I haven't. So when I started my own thought process on this, like how do I show that any book is actually from God? The only answer is you've got to have information in the book that could not reasonably have come from the mind of man. And prophecy fits the bill in that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but I still don't know. You still have a couple of problems with that. Number one, you still don't know that comes from a God.
It comes not from the mind of man.
There you go. Yeah.
Right.
Well,
so
even then, you don't know that.
It's reasonable to believe that it does not come from the mind of man.
Yeah, because some people get lucky, right?
It's reasonable to believe it doesn't come from the mind of.
But I would say that if you have a 10, 12-digit number and someone says, okay, I'm going to use the power of God to tell you what that 12-digit number is, that's pretty good. Okay, we got our first caller. Xavier, you called in the other day, right? Usually it takes 7 seconds. Xavier, can you hear me? I can't hear you.
Of a normal man.
So you could posit a supernatural man, a super.
Hey, Xavier, I can hear you now. Go ahead. Make sure your other tab's closed, so you only hear me once.
Okay.
Have you called in before?
Okay. I think so. I think I do. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I called in one time.
Yeah. What would you like to talk about today, or do you want me to ask you questions?
I think that exorcisms prove that there is demons and Satan. So I'm in the middle right now between believing that there is a God and there isn't. But I'm going to lean on the safe side because I don't want to know. Oh,
Okay, your connection's really bad, but you called in and you're saying that you think exorcisms would be good evidence that there's a spiritual realm and that you're in the middle right now, but you don't want to risk going to hell. Correct?
Yeah.
Okay. When it comes to exorcisms, here's my take. I think people have these expectations in their own brain of how demons would behave, and they've seen movies, they've been around, they've read books or whatever, and so in their imagination they have these ideas, and when they're feeling down or desperate, when they're in a situation where there's a lot of other Christians or theists around them, they will automatically, without even trying, play the part to fulfill those expectations. And in other words, I think I could take cash and pay an actor to do exactly the same thing as any person who's having a demon exorcised out of them, and no one would know the difference. In fact, now here's the one caveat. One caveat would be that these claims that these priests exorcise a demon and then the person elevates into the air, flies around and stuff, I see no evidence, no good evidence that that's ever happened. And you'll hear contradictory claims on this. You'll hear exaggerated claims. Like if someone like kind of jumps out of their seat, is that elevation? Are they levitating? No. And as far as hell goes, there's no good reason to think hell exists. It's a great way for cults to keep people within the beliefs of you scare them so they don't leave, and then you promise them great rewards both in this life and the afterlife if they stay. This is exactly what cults do. So you should not believe based on exorcisms, and you should not be scared of hell. Anything else?
Yeah, exorcism. I'm seeing exorcisms and the miracles of Mary appearing to people, which that's also very well documented. People like they interviewed thousands of people who experienced Marian apparitions.
It's the same thing.
Well.
It's the same thing as the exorcisms I just explained. People have in their head these ideas of what Mary would do, would look like, would say, how it would appear. if I bet you anything, if we were to have a group appearance of Mary, and then take every person who makes this claim, put them in separate rooms, and then go interview them. Okay, how long was Mary's hair? How tall was she? Did she have any birthmarks? If you start going through stuff like this, you will not get consistent answers. In other words, it's sort of like a Pentecostal type experience where people are primed to believe, they're primed to feel something, and then they do, and they say, oh, Mary was really here. So every single Roman Catholic claim of Mary appearing, I'm claiming is not true.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. Wow, right?
Yeah, you're thinking of the smaller. Yeah. Well, I'm a Roman Catholic. I'm a Roman Catholic. I still practice the faith. I'm just doubting it critically for the first time in my life, but I'm still prone to believe. Because you're mentioning the small details, but like there was an example of in 1984. It was a large group of people, more than 1,000, saw Mary appear near a local waterfall. And they included doctors and lawyers, psychologists and psychiatrists.
Yep.
And 500 of them were interviewed, and they said pretty much the same thing. So I think it's good documentation,
Well, how would we test this? Let's say we really wanted to get to the bottom of this and know if this apparition or whatever really did appear in front of 500. How would we test this? Like, how would we really get to the truth of this?
Which is even more solid than the Gospels' witness account of the resurrection. So,
well, here's what I'm proposing.
This kind of point.
I'm proposing, Xavier, that if we really wanted to test this and really wanted to know the truth, what we would do is we would say, okay, we need Mary to appear in the future at a certain time, at a certain place. Then we get our cameras ready. We get our audio devices ready. We get our witnesses ready. And then we wait. And then once it happens, we separate the witnesses and don't allow them to talk to each other. We interview them. We ask them, what did this Mary look like? 500 times or whatever. Get their answers, then compare. Then we go look at the audio, we look at the video and see if we see anything. Wouldn't that be way better than what we actually have?
Yeah, audio would help. But what we have audio and visual of the exorcisms.
Right, but can you see a demon? I thought demons were intangible. They were spiritual. Can we see demons? No. We can see. Your audio's horrible. But what we can see is what even a Catholic would say is the effects of what demons do. But you can't see a demon. So how would you tell the difference between a paid actor pretending to have a demon in them and someone who actually does? How would you know the difference?
If the claim is that they're spiritual beings we cannot see in this earth, in this space and time, we can't really see.
Yeah, sorry, Xavier, your audio is too bad. I'm gonna have to let you go. Someone else wanted to call in. Feel free to call in, but I just can't hear you. Okay, back to Mike Winger until the next caller.
Like a man who somehow knows the future, but yet if that same man, after prophesying the future, he declares, "This is the God of Israel who told this to me."
Yeah.
I think it'd be very reasonable to take his word for that part because of the prophecy being confirmed.
So for you, then, prophecy is the main.
To me, prophecy is one of the biggest, most important things as far as proving the Bible is the word of God. And it's a good argument because it proves not only the Bible is the word of God, but it also shows the existence of God.
So how do you handle it? Like, this is a sincere.
Fahim, is that how you say your name?
Yeah, it is. Hello.
Welcome. What's that picture in the background? Is that the Joker?
Yes, it is. It's the Killing Joke poster.
Okay. So you're a theist, right?
Yes, I am.
First time caller? Long time listener?
Yes. Yeah, I actually found you through a Muslim channel.
Okay. And you're Muslim?
Yeah. Yeah, I am, yeah.
Okay. What would you like to talk? You want me to ask you questions? Or you want to ask me questions?
Well, I wanted to talk about a book I'm writing.
Oh, you're trying to advertise yourself?
No, I want your thoughts on it.
Okay,
'cause,
go ahead.
Well, I was originally going to call it Why the Arguments for God Fail, but then I decided to change it to like fixing the arguments for God. Because I feel like most of them are pretty bad.
Okay. You said most. Which ones are not?
Well, I'd say all of like the traditional ones are bad, like the cosmological, teleological, ontological. Like I'm not convinced by them.
Okay, and what's a good one?
Well, so basically I've called it the missing piece because I feel like they all try to compare the universe to something inside of the universe without like explaining why they should be comparable.
So I'm an atheist. What would be a good reason for me, some evidence you could provide for me that there is a God?
Well, I would use the simulation hypothesis.
What, like the Matrix?
Yeah.
Okay. What evidence do you have that we're in a matrix?
Well, there's a lot of evidence that we are in a simulation. So there's this scientist called James Gates who found like computational error codes within the universe that match like that match codes that we find in programs that we have.
You know, none of this is like, there's a guy who says this. Okay, he's probably crazy. Is there anything you can show me today? Like I can say, oh wow.
I could show you the video where they talk about it in a conference. I mean, like,
And you could
there's
show
other
me a video
scientists-
of people saying that the Earth is flat, and
No, I
with
mean it's
lasers
like
on a lake and
like
stuff. I mean,
it's a real like a big discussion between lots of scientists, like big like Neil deGrasse Tyson is there and other big names.
why do you believe a God exists? It's not because of these reasons, right?
No. I mean, it could like support it, but that's not why I would.
Okay, why are you a Muslim?
Well, I was raised a Muslim for one.
That's a good, honest answer. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah.
What's another reason why you're a Muslim?
I would say it just like benefits my life. Like even if I wasn't convinced by like the theology, all the practices still help me get through day to day.
Some people say essential oils benefit their life. Does that mean it actually does?
What are essential oils?
In other words, how do you know it's actually true? So how do you know Islam is true? Why do you...
I don't know that it's true.
So basically you believe it because you were raised in it and it gives you practical benefits.
Sure, yeah.
Okay, I have no qualms with that. I'm not
Okay.
I'm not even going to push back on that. I would say Allah bless you. May you go in peace.
All right. Yeah, I mean, I watch a lot of atheist content. So I watch you. I watch Cosmic Skeptic, Rationality Rules, Genetically Modified Skeptic. I find the whole like discussions to be quite interesting.
Do you want me to push back on you?
No. I mean, I don't mind. I would say I would ask you where do you get your ethics from?
The way I was raised, the culture I'm in,
Yeah.
and observations even today. Like I think a lot of things as you get older can change. You see what works, what benefits. So similar to you, it's like very practical type reasons.
Do you believe in objective morality? Do you think it's
No.
subjective?
I think it's subjective.
No.
There was some
Okay.
things I think we can get very close on and say it's subjective, but I think it's easier just as an atheist to say all morality is subjective. And then watch theists get angry. It's kind of fun.
No, I think you could be an atheist and still believe in objective
Oh yeah,
morality.
you can. I think it's
Yeah.
tougher though.
Yeah,
Because
I
you
mean,
got to
I mean,
propose some
a lot
type of moral law or something that you can't really put your finger on. Like it's true that if you, it's the example I think Sam Harris gives. It's true that for every human being on the planet, you put sulfuric acid on their face and it's going to burn, and then they're going to go owie, you know. So is that objective morality? Well, I think you can come close to saying that every person on the planet doesn't want that. But maybe there's some crazies who do, or can't even feel pain.
Could you say that I guess every sentient being would want to avoid suffering.
Yeah, I think I wouldn't say every, but probably the vast, vast majority.
Because isn't suffering by definition something that's not wanted? Like you don't want to suffer by
Right,
definition.
but there's always exceptions of people will endure pain for a greater good.
Sure, but pain wouldn't necessarily have to be the same as suffering, I guess.
Okay, what's the difference between pain and suffering?
Well, you could have someone who enjoys pain, like someone who's a masochist, but they would gain pleasure from pain, essentially.
Okay, so they enjoy the pain, but couldn't you just say they enjoy the suffering?
Well, no, suffering for them would be not being in pain, I guess.
So what's the real difference between suffering and pain? What is suffering?
Suffering is just what you don't enjoy.
There's many things I don't enjoy, but I wouldn't say I suffer because of it. But it doesn't matter.
I would say
once we start talking about definitions, things get boring real fast. Let me ask you, why do you think Islam is true? The core propositions.
Yeah, I think it's true, yeah.
Okay, what is the most important thing about Islam? That if it's true, I mean, that's great, and if it's not true, Islam collapses. Well, like, there's probably several things, but what's one of the main things about Islam? Main claim.
So there's the Shahada, obviously, which is
like, wouldn't it be that the Quran is from God, from Allah?
Yeah, I was going to say that, but I resorted to saying that there's only one God, and then the Prophet Muhammad is his messenger.
Okay, and if I ask you, why do you believe there's only one God and Muhammad's his prophet, you would say?
I would say, well, yeah, then I would probably go back to the Quran.
Right. So why do you believe the Quran's the word of God?
I would say that there are a lot of things. There are things in the Quran that couldn't have been known at that time. So, and everything that's in the Quran.
What's the best example of that? Something in the Quran that couldn't have been known at the time.
So there's talk about the universe expanding.
Does it actually use the word expanding?
I think it uses something like, I'd have to check the actual Arabic.
How did you determine that it actually meant the universe is expanding as we know it expands today versus someone just taking some words that the Quran says and interpreting it that way?
Well, I'm not sure what else it would mean, other than just expanding, I guess. Like, because it talks about the universe being like together and then kind of being spread apart, like, so.
Okay. Do you think people back then, if we had a time machine, that they would actually say, oh yeah, this is exactly what it means. It means that the universe used to be a singularity and it boom and now it expands. Do you honestly think people back then in 7th century would believe that?
No, probably not, but that would be because the Quran came down for like all people and all times.
I know, but if the people back in that day, before the modern theories of cosmology, if they wouldn't see it that way, then isn't it just kind of post hoc reasoning, just saying, oh, this is what we know today, and we can sort of make the Quran say that? Like, wouldn't that be a very reasonable explanation?
I think like what I said would also make sense, that it makes sense to people in all different times and places. Like, it's not like very rigid that it can only mean one thing.
Okay, if it doesn't mean only one thing, then I think I'm right when I said, well, some people today just interpret it that way. So really, that's not amazing. because we already know that the universe is expanding. You read something in the Quran that kind of sounds like it, and so you interpret it that way. So really, the Quran has not said something that was new, that couldn't have been known at the time, because we're just reflecting back on it and saying, oh, this is what it means.
You could say that, oh, they might, like, because they wouldn't know, so they probably wouldn't think of it like that. But if we know, then we would think of it like that.
Right. Which means it's not really an amazing thing that the Quran has said. It's just people's interpretation post hoc, after the fact. Is there something else you got that makes you believe that the Quran's from God?
There's like, I mean, I don't know if you've heard of, I know you've talked about Shabir Ali a bunch of times, but he talks about like mathematical miracles and stuff in the Quran.
Mathematical miracles. This sounds like pattern seeking to me. Like, and a lot of Christians, think that there's codes in the Bible, and
yeah, I mean,
we know people
I
back
would
then
say,
believed numbers had symbols and significance. So, okay, give me an example of what the Quran.
okay, so like the word day is mentioned 365 times. The word month is mentioned 12 times, stuff like that.
Okay. Do you think, if you were an atheist, do you think that would convince you?
Maybe. I
Correct
think
answer
it's
is no. I'm going to make a claim. There's not one atheist on the planet who would be convinced by that.
Okay.
But we need to interview every atheist on the planet first to show I'm right.
I will interview some. I have atheist friends.
But even that, like, I know from my experience in Christianity and the Old Testament, depending how you translate certain words, like, you can get certain words to get a certain number.
Yeah, but this would just be like the Arabic, so you don't really have to translate anything. But also, the thing with the Bible is that, you can with the Bible you kind of have to force it, like based on the examples. But the Bible also just has a lot of contradictions as well.
And
so,
and
like,
even if you're right about the numbers in the Quran, what if the authors purposely just made it that way and it has nothing to do with God?
How they do that? I mean, that sounds.
Well, you're
like,
writing a book, right? Let's say I paid you money to make sure you had a certain word in 365 times. Could you do it?
Yeah, but it's not just that. There's like loads of examples of those kinds of miracles, like symmetries and stuff.
Okay, let's say I told you to do that 10 different ways, 10 different times. Could you do it if I paid you money? The answer is yes. No God required, right?
Yeah, I guess. But I just don't think the sheer number of times it happens. I don't think that would have. Also, that back then it would have been a lot harder.
If it happens once, then that tells you that the author or authors wanted it to happen, and therefore it makes it more likely they would do it again.
Why would they do it though?
So people like you would say that this is a miracle.
What, thousands of years later?
Not even thousands, 10 years later. See,
but this has only been discovered like recently with computers and stuff, because no one would actually go through the book counting. Oh, it's been said this
see,
many
and
times.
this gets back to my other theory. This is pattern seeking. How many times?
Okay.
How many times do significant words not have a significant number? Like, I see 11:11 on the digital clock all the time. I look at the clock, 11:11. I go, oh man, maybe there's a God. Next day, 11:11. Oh man, maybe there's a God. But how many times have I looked at the digital clock and it's said 9:34 and go, oh, wait a minute. Does that mean there's no God now? This is what's happening with these computers. They're looking, the programmers are looking for certain significant words, how many times they appear. And I'm assuming 365 is to represent days of the year, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. What about leap years? 366. We don't worry about that. To me, this is silliness.
I don't find it silly. I think it's quite impressive.
Well, you don't find it silly because you're Muslim, and you were raised in it.
No, I feel like if I found it in another book, I would still be amazed by that as well. If we're just like Harry Potter,
like if I brought up I don't know, 5 Arabic Qurans right now online and did a Control F, do you think I will find 365 of this word in every version?
Yeah, 365 days, 365 times in the Quran.
So what is this? What word is it that's found 365 times?
Day.
And is there different ways to spell day in Arabic?
In Arabic, it would be yawm.
So how do they handle plural? Like days versus day. Do you count days or just day?
I would think that it's both, but I'm not sure.
Yeah. What if it's 424 with the word day, but if you lop off the S, the plural, then it becomes 365. Like you kind of have to mold it, right?
But if it's just day, that would still be something, I think. Like, I don't think that matters whether it's day or days.
Have you actually done it yourself? Because you can.
No.
So I encourage you.
I wouldn't I need to learn how to.
Because you can put
to do it.
let's see if I can do it right now. Full Quran online text in Arabic. I'm assuming it's online here. Yeah. Question is, okay, what's the Arabic for day? Arabic, and can I search symbols? Like if I did this right now and it didn't come up to 365, are you going to leave Islam?
No, I would check what the claim actually is about. I'd investigate the claim, I guess.
Okay, so I found the Arabic symbols for day, copied it. I'm going back to the Quran here. I'm going to see if, I don't know if this is going to work because it's a symbol. I'm going to do Control F, put the symbol in. Searching. Hey, I think this might work. Searching. Maybe it won't. 0 of 0. Didn't find one yom. Maybe that's because it's not in the right text form. Yeah, like it's very easy for a guy to tell you, oh, by the way, there's 365 yoms in the Arabic. Well, let's show me. Don't believe them.
Mm-hmm.
See if I can find another way. I'm sure it would be easy in English, but you're not going to accept English,
You could try it. You could try it in English.
Okay, I'll try it. Quran in English. I want the whole thing at one time in text form. Thing is, they always give you just like a few chapters at a time.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's doable. I just got to find out where we can do this. In fact, you should do this on your own time.
Okay.
And then type in day. And I have a feeling you're going to go, oops. It's not right. Someone lied to me. But I got some other callers. I'll let you go. Thanks for calling in.
All right. Thank you for having me.
Yep. Take care.
See you.
We got Zach, Xavier again. Okay, Xavier, I'll give you another chance. We'll see if this works better. And Zach, stay on the line. Xavier, can you hear me? No, it's still bad. Okay, Zach, you're in. There you go. How are you doing, Zach?
Oh, hey, it's me. Oh, man, gotta fix my mic here.
If someone in the live stream chat knows where there's a resource to get the whole Quran in text form, like the whole thing at once, let me know.
Hey, sorry, I'm trying to... Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you. Make sure you only hear me once. Close all the tabs. Just keep the whereby open.
Okay, well, if you can hear me, that's good enough. Yeah, I have a question for you about because I'm anti-theist now, but I grew up Mormon, and it's been a lifelong question to me why Christians, and I guess you wouldn't be able to answer for all Christians, but and I'm obviously not a Christian anyway, but for yourself, why do you differentiate Mormons from Christians?
The way I was raised.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Why does it matter?
Oh, it's curiosity.
Okay.
I know you bring it up. I watched. I recently discovered you. I've watched a few of your videos, and as you're reasoning with Christians, you'll oftentimes bring up Mormons as like a separate thing, and I was just curious,
Yeah.
kind of what you kind of like lump them in with Muslims too, and so I was curious what that was.
Lump Mormons in with Muslims?
Well, it sounds like it when you talk to people. Maybe it's not your intention.
Well, Zach, I really don't know what you're doing here. You're not a theist, right?
Right, I'm anti-theist.
Like, you seriously want me to ask you why I lump Mormons in with Muslims? Because they both have false beliefs, in my view? Does that make sense?
Oh, okay, sure.
And what does it matter to you if I sometimes don't call Mormons Christians? Who cares?
It was a curiosity thing.
Yeah, but why? Like, why do you call in and waste my time with this?
Sorry to waste your time.
Yeah. Have a good day. Looking at that link, I get day over 630 times, says Dale Wilson. Well, there you go. Are you still listening, my Muslim friend? Which link are you using, Dale? PDF will work as long as I can do a Control F on it. Pinecreek was raised somewhat Catholic? No. Was not raised Catholic at all. Days plural is 45 times. Pinecreek getting hostile for no reason. It's just like, this is Theist Thursday, and then a non-theist calls in and asks stupid questions. It's almost like he's a former Mormon who feels offended that Mormons are lumped in with Muslims. Like, get over it. Full text, no format. Yeah, if you guys provide me with a link, I can't see it. Let me bring up my email and see if I got it. And the caller who just called in, the Muslim, are you still here? Tag me in the live stream chat. I actually do think this happens often. That, oh yeah, thanks Rick. We'll see if this works here. This is what I just had up. Rick. Maybe not. Okay, so I got the whole Quran. Searching for the word day. Look at this. Put the word day in there. 638 instances of day. Days. It's counting. Is it done? 45. I do think this happens a lot where apologist just tells you something and it's not true. This doesn't happen just in Islam. This happens in Christianity too. But what we need to do is somehow figure out how to do a search and find in Arabic, because I'm sure a Muslim is going to say, well, in Arabic, it's 365. But if that's true, then you're saying that the translators are wrong, because every time that you see a yom in Arabic, they've translated it non-yoms into English to get a bigger number than 365. I mean, this is a mess. It's a mess. Oh yeah, the room's open for theists. For theists.
Your question: how do you handle the very, very educated people who've studied prophecies, way more than us, and disagree with you?
Well, I mean, there's educated people on both sides of any argument, right?
See, to me,
so the point is, it comes to the details. Like, okay, well, you can disagree with me, but you need to show me where I'm wrong.
And they can. Like I
don't. Yeah.
For example.
Yeah, show me where prophecy is wrong. Like, there's many people who have studied, let's say, the prophecy of Tyre. Said, no, you're wrong, Mike.
Why dare bring up a
or the prophecies of Jesus being born in Bethlehem or born of a virgin. No, you're wrong, Mike. But they'll always interpret it a different way, view it a different way, and say, no, I'm still right.
Big prophecy and get into the muck and mire about this all. Sure, why not? Like Daniel 9, for example, is one that I've heard many Christians say that this is one of the most powerful prophecies, where the 70 weeks prophecy.
Yeah, I have a video on Daniel 9.
Okay.
In that series. So,
and I think it's a terrible prophecy. Personally, I think it's, if anything, it shows that it's
so
not,
if
not
you're gonna, yeah, well, I completely disagree, and I have a video on that, as well as on the timing of the writing of the book of Daniel, a video called Defending Daniel, dealing with all of the arguments about it supposedly being written after the fact.
But
and the thing is, these arguments fall on their face. They fall on their face.
The issue with the Daniel 9 prophecy is not that it was written after the fact. It is that it's a prophecy of 70 weeks, which is 490 days. And the question is, when does the clock start? And Jews have a different answer. Secular historians have a different answer. And Christians have two different answers.
It's a legitimate reality. But what I would suggest is you consider Ezekiel's prophecy in Ezekiel 26 about the fall of Tyre. Okay, and if you want to play whack-a-mole, like, here's an important mole. A mole worth whacking. Okay. Because I'm not interested in if I was...
I'm very curious to know if Mike Winger is still very adamant about the prophecy of Tyre after hearing all the rebuttals, but maybe he hasn't heard them. Like, would he today come on and say, yes, I still think the prophecy of Tyre is a great prophecy?
If I was you, I'm not interested in talking about things that someone who has a faith or a religion or a belief that they don't actually care about. Like, why defeat a belief you don't actually care about?
I do care about it.
Well,
that makes sense.
Yeah, I would say that if part of the reason why you believe, and again, I think your belief came at the age of 12, and prophecy is a reason why you stay in the belief. It's not the reason why you have the belief.
It's kind of just, I mean, you can put it that way if you want, but I don't think that, okay, if I stayed in the belief, I have the belief. If I don't stay in the belief,
oh, Flamio,
if I don't have the belief. So you're
I know you're not an atheist, but you basically are. You're a pagan polytheist. I guess I'll let you in. I view you more as an atheist than a theist. But I know you call yourself a polytheist, right?
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I get that. And I mean, you know, sometimes I feel like talking to atheists feels a lot like talking to flows. You give them definitions, you give them you define everything out, and they just forget it right after you tell them. Like I was talking to Inquisitor today, and he gave me the normal, naive, omnipotence, omniscience.
But let me ask you: are you really a polytheist? Do you really believe that there are many gods existing?
Well, yes, but I don't believe in the supernatural. I don't believe in supernature. Everything that affects the universe is you can scientifically verify. I mean, I'm
okay. So I'm poly means many, theist means like deities type thing. Do you believe that there's many deities existing?
Yes,
but they're physical.
And yes, pharaohs were physical. It's in the anthropological record.
But they're just human then.
There's a physical. Yes, yes, you can have human.
So you're an
gods.
atheist?
No, because I'm gods.
Yeah, but you're basically saying I'm a god.
I don't worship you.
I know, but if Pharaoh can be a god, I can be a god.
Yeah, I could be a god.
I need you, Oflamio, to look reality in the face and say, I am an atheist. You are an atheist, Oflamio.
Oh, okay. If I am an atheist, I'm definitely not a humanist. Humanism's garbage. So
okay.
I could be an atheist, but I could be an egoist atheist if I'm an atheist at all, and I can manipulate spooks. So I can have gods if I want to.
So I'll get the head office in Wichita to send you a gift card from Applebee's, $10 gift card, now that you've declared your atheism.
Better than your Pine Points. That was bizarre.
Okay. Well, don't call in anymore on Theist Thursday because you're no longer a theist.
Since I'm an egoist, I can have as many spooks as I want, and I can have them be gods. So I could be both an atheist and a theist at the same time.
No, you can't. That's a contradiction.
It normally would be
theist,
if it was an egoist.
Atheist. The A in front means not theist. You can't be a theist and a not theist at the same time.
It's context dependent. My definition of God's different from your definition of God.
You sound like that Muslim I just had on, so maybe you are a theist. Daniel, thanks for calling in.
Creating you have a construct that says you've believed because of experience, which isn't even true in my case. I just believed before having experience. I later had experiences, and then I confirmed the veracity of the things that I believed after I had a lot of questions, and I got a little irritated with some of the bad answers I'd received from certain people, and I don't blame them. I mean, they didn't need it. You know, the experiences they had were enough for them, and the evidence they'd received. But I had more questions, so I kept asking. And
have you heard
my intellectual pursuits are really satisfied in Christianity.
Have you ever heard me do the pot of water analogy?
Doesn't ring a bell.
Okay, so you go into your kitchen.
I don't even remember the pot of water analogy. You go in your kitchen.
There's this.
Oh, the thermometer
on the stove. There's a pot of water.
Mm-hmm.
You approach.
Oh, it's a thermometer, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, but go ahead, please.
So the thermometer's in the water. The stove is glowing red, and you look over. You peer into the pot of water, and the water's not boiling. And you look at the thermometer, and the thermometer says it's 600 degrees Celsius.
Yeah. Sorry, my cat is now in front of me. That's Moxie right there.
Hey, Moxie.
I hope Mike's success is not due to that cat.
And so for the
question
Christians,
is, what does Celsius mean anyways?
Yeah, it's just very, very hot. Very, very hot. Yeah. Way above the boiling temperature of water.
Too hot, yeah. So
if you're a Christian listening to this on the replay, you have to ask yourself the question, what is more likely? That the laws of physics and chemistry have been altered? Or that the thermometer is broken? And I think it's a pretty easy answer, that the thermometer is broken. And you could even stick in 2 thermometers, 3 thermometers, and even a dozen thermometers. And let's say they all gave the same exact temperature reading that should say that the water should be boiling. I would posit to you that it's still more likely that all those thermometers maybe came from the same manufacturer.
Yeah, I've swapped out the thermometer and water one for you're walking down the street and you see a guy seized up on the ground, frothing at the mouth. Demon possession or epileptic seizure? What say you?
Or that Daniel was written by someone not Daniel in 160 something BC and predicted everything to a T up to a certain point, and then after a certain point kind of failed. And so to me, that is the same as the thermometer in the water.
Okay. So let me ask you a question about that. With this, what is more likely as a control before believing a supernatural type claim? What supernatural?
Okay, let's hope this is a theist. Oh, he's back. Hey, I'm glad you came back. Because we did that.
Yeah, so
we did.
Yeah. I was doing it as well. The reason why it appears so much is because there's all the footnotes where it includes days as well. So that's why it's adding up.
Okay,
to more.
good point.
Yeah. But I found an Excel file that compiled all the times that day was mentioned in Arabic.
I bet you. I don't want an Excel file where someone's manipulated the data.
I mean, if you want, I can go back and recount all of it, like without the footnotes. I can take all of them out. It will take a while, but I can do that.
Well, yeah. In fact, the footnotes should be pretty easy to find. Like, I'm going through it right now. I'm just clicking. I've already gone through 10, 20. Yeah. I've gone through 30. So far, none are in the footnotes. But if you want to go through it and see how... Okay, I found one in the footnotes.
Yeah.
Number 36.
Is the so the document I have it is like over 1,000 pages, so I think that would be more.
But you're telling me that, hang on, I'm going to do the search again. You're telling me that in the footnotes there has to be 638 subtract 365. You're saying there has to be almost 273 instances of day in the footnotes. That's like 60% of the. I mean, why would there be so many days in the footnotes?
Oh, I mean the footnotes.
365 in the text, 273 in the footnotes.
Yeah, the footnotes like usually can explain a lot of this stuff because a lot of it needs like interpretation and stuff. So.
A lot of these need interpretation. So you just answered your own question, your own thing. I mean, this is the problem. If you have to interpret when the word day in Arabic is uttered or written.
No, I mean just in general, a lot of the verses have interpretations. So the interpretations are in the footnotes.
But what are you going to do if you actually spend hours now seeing how many times day is in the footnotes and it still doesn't come out to 365? What are you going to do with that? Are you going to...
Well, I tried to find how exactly they got to 365.
And let's say you find out they kind of reverse engineered it and made it fit, or maybe they just you find out they just flat out lied. Is that going to cause you to doubt Islam?
A little bit more, I guess. Yeah. Okay.
So it is somewhat important to you.
Yeah, I would say like all of the mathematical stuff that they talk about is important. Yeah.
Okay, well, get to work. Let me know what you find out.
Okay.
Take care.
All right.
That's going to be a lot of work. Well, maybe not too long. I did 30 in just a minute. Yeah, it will take him an hour if he goes super fast.
Natural claim would you believe?
When you say believe, that means to me that means raising my confidence. I would say.
Let me be more specific with it. Oh my goodness, this is she's very excited to be on YouTube. So perspective of thermometer, that analogy. Would you ever believe it?
Yeah, I think so. I think prophecy has to be very, very specific. It has to almost be unknown to the one who fulfills it, because otherwise it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. And that's the toughest part. It can only be fulfilled by one person or one event, not more than one.
What's the purpose of that requirement?
The purpose of that requirement is, I guess, to avoid the self-fulfilling.
Actually, thinking about that Muslim, is there a Quran online with no footnotes, just the bare Quran? If you're listening, try to find that first Mr. Muslim, sir? Because that will save you a ton of time.
Portion of it. So if I go to a restaurant, sit down and order, and then prophesy that the food's going to come within the next 20 minutes, and it does,
no, that wouldn't help anybody years later, anyways.
So
because how would a later reader, even of the Bible, the short-term prophecy would help the initial readers. They preserve the book, they keep the text, they pass it down, but it's not going to do a lot of help for later readers. Long-term prophecy is not going to help the original readers, right? How do we know this is really going to happen in however many hundreds of?
Well, is the prophecy of Tyre a short-term or long-term prophecy?
Years, but it would help the later readers, which is what we have in the Bible, I believe. So,
so he's saying it's a long-term prophecy. Like he says that it was prophesied that Tyre would fall, and it fell like 300 years later from Alexander the Great.
But it seems artificial to say, well, you can only prophesy one thing. You can't have a prophecy that includes multiple events. Like that just seems artificial.
you asked a very good question. I'm trying to think of if there was a prophecy in the Old Testament that prophesied about the entanglement in quantum theory. Mm-hmm. That would be amazing.
But it also probably would have made the Bible look ridiculous to the readers of the time, and
yes,
and backfired. Correct.
But that says something, right? It says that the prophecies were cultural. It was, something that people could relate with.
Okay. But in your scheme, that would be very convenient for you, for Doug, right now. It's kind of a narcissistic view of prophecy.
You asked me the question, so I'm giving you my personal answer. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. But I want to probe your answer if I can. So, okay. That prophecy is convenient for you because it's only valid for you. I mean, like go back a day before you were born, and then the rest of humanity wouldn't have been helped by that.
Well, maybe not that bad, but maybe the last 100 years.
But I also should mention that quantum entanglement wouldn't be a prophecy. It would just be a scientific revelation.
No, it could be a prophecy like...
It's exactly what this Muslim gentleman was saying, that there's things in the Quran that predate our current scientific knowledge. That would be pretty impressive, if true. Vicky, I know some people said very simple things. Only a computer can give pi to 1,000 decimal places. I guess it is possible for a human to do it, but flawlessly, 1,000 decimal places. If the Bible could do something like that, that's way more impressive than Tyre.
I prophesy that in 2,000, 3,000 years, there will be a particle called... Well, they probably wouldn't have called it anything, but a particle that...
That would be more of scientific foresight, though. I don't even know if foresight's the right word, but basically you've got the category of prophecy is the category that says such and such will happen at either a given point in time or at some point in time in the future. I totally agree with you that it's got to be specific. Now, you can have general prophecy. It can come true. It could be real prophecy, but that's hard for me to use that to bolster my faith because it was so general. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. I agree.
I mean, maybe it was from God, but I don't know. I'm not going to put that on the table as my evidence because it's just general. So one of my favorite is like Ezekiel 26, the prophecy of the fall of Tyre. And I have a video on that. I encourage you to check it out. And if you see a hole in it in the sense of, man, that there's no way, then I'm open to it.
Someone just brought up an interesting point. Getting back to the Muslim thing. The Muslim calendar has just 354 or 355 days, making about 11 days shorter than the Gregorian calendar of 365. Now what do you do? What was that Muslim's name? I forget his name. Did he even tell me his name? Are we looking for 354, 355, 365, 366?
There was one prophecy in the Bible that you thought was an error. Would you give up the belief?
No. And not because of blind faith, but it's just because of on balance, the number of things confirming the scripture and confirming.
Yeah. How many prophecies have to fail before you say I'm out?
It would seem like an anomaly, and I would be really puzzled and confused, and it would bother me, but I wouldn't immediately abandon my faith.
What if 20% were false and 80% were true?
That if there was one prophecy that if you were convinced was totally wrong, not just unfulfilled, but wrong,
yeah,
you would still remain in the belief. That tells me that is not why you believe it. This is not why you're in the belief in the first place.
but you ignored the reason why I would.
Yeah, because there's other things.
No, it's okay. So let's say that
Other prophecies.
There's one, you believe your wife loves you, but there's one reason that you've got nagging in the back of your mind that makes you feel like she doesn't love you. So now you've got lots of reasons.
Are we going to talk about Sean McDowell's discussion about the resurrection last week with Jeremiah J. Johnston? That guy was so full of himself. I mean, in Oxford, I was taught by so-and-so, and in Oxford, we did not give the Bible privilege. In Oxford, we believe it's a historical record, but we don't give it privilege. I mean, that guy was so full of himself. But he didn't say anything new, right? There's nothing to really go over. It's all the same stuff. Criteria of embarrassment and blah, blah, blah. Like, if you're going to say things like, we know Jesus rose from the dead because he predicted his death and resurrection. I mean, if you believe that that was made before Jesus died and apparently rose again, I mean, you just read the part where it says Jesus rose from the dead and you're done. Why go through all the work if you already believe that the New Testament's all historical?
Is that the Bible is God's word, and now you have something that you're convinced that this is wrong.
Yeah.
Then you have the problem of saying, okay, what do I believe from this point forwards? Like, how can I trust it? And I would think it would become a house of cards. Am I wrong?
Yeah. So how do you then explain?
Oh, he did not graduate from Oxford? I didn't know that. So he was pulling a Ravi Zacharias is what you're saying, Kip. My goodness. He really made it sound like he graduated from Oxford. Am I wrong? That's just so icky to me.
The prophecies that are fulfilled if you have one that's wrong? How does that work with the ones that were fulfilled?
Well, I don't know, but it's
okay. So then it
it's a
creates
huge problem, though, right? Because if the Bible, even in its own admission, says that if God prophesies about something,
mm-hmm.
and if you become convinced it's wrong, then God is a false prophet by his own admission.
that's an odd. God's a false prophet. That actually is a complete worldview contradiction. So, but
well, no, I mean, like,
Doug, here's a thought. Here's what might be going through my head if you're wondering. In that moment when I go, wait a minute, everything I'm looking at says that this prophecy is just wrong. What's going through my head is, but I have all this other evidence that suggests the opposite of this. So then,
yeah, but it should make you question, Mike. If one prophecy is flat out wrong, you should start gaslighting yourself. I love talking that way. Because gaslight was the most famous word in 2022. And to me, it's just like, if you're an adult, you cannot be gaslit. A normal adult. I mean, you ought to gaslight yourself that every view you have about every prophecy is now in question. If you can look at one prophecy and say, oh yeah, this is from God, and then, oops, no, that's completely wrong. Maybe I'm wrong about here and here and here.
Then I ask, is there something I don't know? Is there something I have not yet figured out? And there's times in history when this has happened. There's times where the Bible has been verified, ratified later through more information coming around. I have an example in the first thing on evidence for the Bible, the first video that's on contradictions, where we talk about the excavations at Jericho, demonstrating that what was thought to be a contradiction in the Bible is not.
Let me.
Now they wouldn't have known that before.
Let me put it this way: there's other beliefs in the world, other religious beliefs that you and I both agree are incorrect. I think both of us would hope and desire that at some point they'd be open to the idea that they may be wrong. And so I like to ask the question, what would it take for you, not you, Mike, but the person out there who has a different belief than both of us, what would it take for you to change your mind and abandon the belief?
Mm-hmm.
And if they say, well, I believe it's because of prophecies in the Quran or prophecies in the Vedas or whatever, and if I tell them, well, if I show you one of the prophecies is wrong, and you say, oh no, I'm still going to believe in Vishnu. It's just one prophecy. How many prophecies would have to be wrong for you to change your mind, Mr. Hindu? Well, I don't know, maybe closer to like 10. What I'm trying to drive home is, what would it take for you, Mike, to say, you know what? I think I need to rethink this whole Christianity thing. I think maybe it's not true. What would you have to see?
Okay, this is the big question.
What would lower your confidence?
If they were to uncover manuscripts, say, of the Bible that demonstrated radical change between the time of its writing until now, that would freak me out.
What? They found manuscript evidence that showed. So is he saying that if we found manuscript evidence that the Gospels were written in the 2nd century and not the 1st century? Is that what he's saying?
It would freak me out. If you could show me that that Isaiah 53 or was inserted later, after it was sort of contrived in the New Testament times and inserted into the Jewish Bible later, that would freak me out. Yeah, absolutely. And these are the concerns I had.
Okay, this is interesting. It would freak him out if he's saying if Isaiah 53 was written after the time of Jesus. That would freak him out. Why doesn't it freak him out that people could write a story about Jesus to reflect Isaiah 53? Why doesn't that freak him out? In other words, let's say there was a real guy named Jesus who walked around the 1st century, and they knew Isaiah 53 existed in the Old Testament canon. It says something about suffering for the sins of others. Hey, why don't we make this Jesus guy suffer for the sins of others? Well, Doug, you're just throwing away all history at this point, if that's what you're going to say. But in other words, why couldn't authors pencil in ideas from the Old Testament into the New Testament? It seems very reasonable.
When I started researching and studying these things.
But wouldn't you go back to, well, but there's on balance a lot of other things like.
Oh no, if it was, I would abandon it. Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
And
yeah, he would abandon it. But I really don't think what I just said is that much different. It's still keeping the chronology the same, but basically just using one text to create a new text. And that's what he's saying. He's saying Isaiah 53 used one text to create a new text. Isaiah 53, he just reversed the order.
And now maybe not everybody else would, and maybe somebody else would say, well, I've had these experiences, and I would just think, well, I was crazy. Or I was delusional. Yeah. If the manuscripts hadn't panned out the way that they have historically, I felt like my faith was hanging by a thread, Doug. And I had serious intellectual questions, and I asked them of people, and I didn't have apologists in my life. I wasn't aware of that kind of stuff.
Josh, are you there?
Hey, what's up?
What's up? Not my cholesterol, it's down.
Yeah, so you challenged the theists in the chat to call in, so I guess I'm just by virtue, I'm taking your challenge, even though I'm not so certain on my own position. I'm just kind of exploring and trying to understand what the truth is, really. So
good for you. So you're on the fence of being a theist, or?
Well, I grew up very conservative evangelical Baptist.
I'm sorry.
And right. So, I've been exposed to, I wouldn't say the most radical fundamentalism, but I would say close enough. So it's gotten to a point, over the years where I no longer go to church. I found that my experience with most people in the church was pretty superficial.
Mm-hmm.
And most people in the church don't know anything about what's in their Bible.
That's
and
true.
In fact, most people seem to be offended when you ask tough questions, and they would just kind of toss it to the side and say, "Oh, this isn't a gospel issue. Basically, just shut up."
Well, you're just hanging around the wrong people. Like, if you want some names, I can give you some names of some real Christians with real answers. I mean, they're out there.
Yeah, and I know there's genuine people out there, but when I when I go online and I watch mostly apologists, and I find their answers pretty unsatisfying.
What's the
which
biggest
is why,
question that you want answered, or what's the biggest thing that you doubt right now about Christianity?
well, I guess the thing that I've been working through the most right now is just simply the fact that, I grew up hearing the mantra, we believe in Scripture as the holy, sufficient, and inerrant Word of God. And as I've been studying biblical scholarship, the idea of inerrancy seems pretty stupid, to be honest.
Yeah.
It just doesn't make any logical sense. I feel like it's pretty much indefensible at this point.
Well, it's a high standard, right? And so it doesn't take much to break that standard.
Right. And I guess the thing that makes me hold on to the idea of theism is, one, I have to be, honest with myself, and I'm holding on to it because it's a emotional comfort, right?
Mm-hmm.
That I believe that there's an all-loving God that has a sense of justice and beauty, and from my understanding of the current theological scholarship that I've read, in some ways, universalism almost seems to be the most logical, if you were to really hold to the idea that God is all loving.
Sounds like you're heading down the progressive Christianity path.
I mean, yeah, I mean, for sure. I mean, if my 18-year-old self would hear myself speaking and be like, oh, what a filthy liberal Christian who's bought into the schemes of the devil, right?
Yeah.
And really, just my 18-year-old self was just very indoctrinated into a cult.
Well, let me ask you this: some point blank questions and answers. Yeah. Today, do you believe a man named Jesus was God? I'll stop there.
That I'm doubting significantly. Actually, I just watched a bunch of videos on Bart Ehrman on that subject.
But are you doubting to the point where you would answer that question I just asked you as no, I do not believe Jesus was God?
Yeah, at this point, I would probably say I don't believe that right now.
Okay.
Currently.
Do you believe that a man named Jesus, whether God or Son of God or just a prophet, whatever, died and rose from the dead on the third day? Do you believe that?
I believe he died, but I doubt the validity of the resurrection accounts, especially the challenges of the eyewitness testimony doesn't seem to make any sense.
Okay, so you are no longer a Christian.
Yeah, I would say that.
But you're still a theist.
In the sense that, like I said earlier, that it does provide me a sense of comfort, and that's not a good reason to hold on to any.
Can I ask about this
belief?
Yeah, let's get to this comfort thing. What exactly comforts you about our God existing?
Well, I find the idea beautiful, in the sense of that our life here has meaning. So, like teleology, I guess is the technical term, right? Where all of our lives are in some way significant, and that when you see someone else suffering, we have this deep longing for that person's suffering to end.
So now, let's say I got an envelope here. Okay.
Yeah.
Inside this envelope is the truth whether a God exists.
Yeah.
The envelope's never wrong. I'm opening up the envelope. The question is, does God exist? Here's the results. No is the answer. So it's true that God does not exist, but you still see people suffering in the world, and you still see people helping other people, and you still see people find meaning in other things. What has changed? What's the difference? If a God exists or
I think
not?
I mean, you'd have to, just logically speaking, you'd have to say it doesn't change. So the question, I guess, that I have then is like, why is there this universal sense of justice? Like maybe it's a sloppy way of speaking, but like what's the evolutionary
Okay, if you had a satisfactory answer to that question, would that change anything for you? Like, let's say I said something like, it helps communities survive. Because if you didn't have this sense of justice and people were just killing each other left and right, we wouldn't survive, communities would die, go extinct, and they wouldn't flourish, and evolution is false.
Yeah, I mean,
well, not false, but it just, the reason why we exist is because we evolved as communities, not just in our species, but in other species. They have a sense of justice as well. A lot of mammals do. And it helps them survive. If one member of the tribe gets out of line, they get smacked around a bit. Sometimes they're killed. And that helps the community flourish. So I've given you an answer, a possible answer. I'm not saying it's definitely the correct one. But does that help you with anything?
Yeah, I'm just bothered by the fact that, like, if, you know, we hear reports on the news about, say, a family, you know, overseas that we couldn't possibly help, but we hear about their suffering.
Mm-hmm.
Why is that? And then maybe somebody's inflicting that upon them. We have this, I guess, a tribal desire for that evil, what we would label as evil, to be vanquished, and that family to be restored to peace. But even though we can't help them and they're not a part of our local tribe.
And your question is, why does that exist?
Yeah, why do we have that longing of justice in that sense?
Because, well, one quick answer is because we have empathy, and if injustice happens to our family, we wouldn't like it. And so when we see it happen to other families, we can empathize and say, that's not good.
I mean, yeah, that's true.
Right? It's not that complicated.
Yeah, I can see that. I'd have to think about it and chew on it, but I mean, I see that as logical. So, like I guess the question,
it doesn't take much brain power. Like, you know, this will hurt after a while, right? Like you don't have to take my word for it. You see fire. Your hand's been in fire before. You can empathize with me that was getting hot.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't want it for myself, therefore I wouldn't want it for you.
And no God required to explain that pain and that suffering and that empathy that you felt seeing me wince. It was hot, by the
way. So when you left Christianity, you know, things like music and beauty of nature. So how do you rationalize those things where, I mean, I guess you could say it's all subjective, but that's another one of those universal qualities that just seem to be kind of maybe even counterproductive to evolutionary standpoints, maybe, where it's just like we're all seeking art and joy and experiencing of nature and pleasure, even though it might be to our detriment.
It's very similar to your other question about injustice and survival. It's beauty gives us pleasure. It helps us feel good. And even, like, we know that people having stress in their life affects their health. So a community that is more likely to flourish and survive is a community that can lower stress, enjoy life, enjoy beauty, enjoy the arts. And communities that don't have that are more stressed, more unhealthy, more likely to die. Community doesn't flourish.
So, yeah, just to get into more of the weeds, I guess, is why like if I go on vacation with my wife and we go visit the mountains and we see the trees and exotic animals, why does that give us a sense of awe and give us pause? Why is it? Because when you observe other animals, it doesn't seem, I mean, you can observe it to some degree in animals, but it seems like we have a much better grasp of what we're seeing and how special something is or unique something is.
Yeah, that's because we are more intelligent.
But why is it that we see, you know, a landscape of trees and a sunset as innately just like awe-inspiring or beautiful?
I'd say for the same reason we see this and say it's not good. Like
Don't do it.
It's just the opposite. It's you're basically asking, why do we get endorphin rushes when we see a beautiful sunset? I would say it all relates back to survival. Like they've done, like when you see a woman, I'm assuming you're a heterosexual man.
Yes, sir.
If you see a woman full of zits and gashes on her face, severely obese, we know that this is a reflection of an unhealthy woman. You're not attracted to her, and you're not going to have coitus with her. Most likely,
right.
But this is why alcohol was invented. Okay? Now look at the reverse. The reverse is a woman very symmetrical, a clean face, fit, maybe not, skinny, but not obese, like healthy. Right. You see this woman and you're attracted to her, and the odds of you, if she allows it, because women are the gatekeepers for sex, if the woman allows it, then you will have coitus with her. So that's a very simple example of why this idea of beauty is instilled in us. It eventually leads to better health and reproduction. I know all this sounds cold, and it's like,
sure, right.
But
I mean, it's the truth. It's the truth. Yeah, I think it's just the sum of all the parts that give me pause. Like I can break those. We can talk about those individual things, and I can say, yeah, I can see how that's true. But the pure existence of all things and how immensely complex it is, that I can't. It's hard for my monkey brain to wrap myself around that and truly go, well, this was just a result of multiple big bangs that eventually led to this minutia.
Well, here's my advice to you
then.
Here's my advice to you.
Yeah.
Stay a theist if this helps you and gives you comfort. And it sounds like you're ready out of Christianity. I'm an atheist who's totally fine with you. Just believe that there's a God out there who created everything and gave this idea of beauty or whatever, and just go on with your life.
Yeah. Yeah, I just I don't know why I have this hunger to know the nitty-gritty details, which is why I'm.
Well, if this God exists, you could ask him, but odds are this God's not going to reply.
Yeah, he has never directly spoken to me, which is a disappointment.
I think what's happening with you though is you're doing a bit of pattern seeking, which is totally normal. But how many times have you looked at nature and seen ugly things and said, maybe there is no God? Or looked at...
Yeah, I mean, 100%. Yeah. Like one of my biggest complaints I've had with my wife, and we've discussed about this, and she's been gracious enough to entertain it, even though she grew up, evangelical as well, is that one of the things that irritates me is the question of why did God create nature? Why is it so beautiful? But if God created nature, why is there predators that were literally designed to crush and maim other smaller, what we would say as innocent, cute creatures? Like the violence that seems to be embedded in nature, that to me doesn't make any sense. That doesn't seem reconcilable with a loving God.
Why would a loving God create anything?
The Christian response, I guess, would be the idea that he wants to have other free will, rational thinking creatures enjoy what he enjoys, which is ultimately himself.
Yeah, he's selfish.
Right. And I guess their response would be, well, if he's the ultimate good, then that form of selfishness is not a negative.
Or it's contradictory and this God doesn't exist.
Why is that contradictory?
Because, well, maybe not with all loving, but a God that's all self-sufficient, all powerful, has no needs, no wants. You could even argue has no desires that would cause him to act, because he's completely fine in the state he's in before creation. If he's completely fine with everything and is lacking nothing, needing nothing, wanting nothing, desiring nothing, because he's fine, he would never ever create.
Yeah.
And
That's a good point. Yeah.
And if he can see the future, then and knows that sure there be beauty, but also suffering, and heaven forbid there's hell. He created a situation where hell would exist. I mean, why would you even take that chance to create? Just forget about humans, forget about creating anything, and just amuse yourself.
Yeah. Go play with yourself, God.
But if the science is correct that the universe is 13.6 billion years old, if evolution is correct that over hundreds of millions of years, we evolved in a slow, laborious way, and 90% of all species that's ever existed has gone extinct, and this God exists and decided to use this process to create us so we can enjoy him and his beauty. Really? Why not just create as poof? We're here. Why go through this charade of 95% of all history being basically vacuum space with some rocks that have to coalesce and then nuclear fusion to create new elements? Why go through that process when this God could have just made us? And this is why there's young earth creationists, because they kind of understand that what I'm asking here is true and is a good point. And so they have to reject evolution. They have to reject an old earth, because if it is true, then this God doesn't make any sense. It's like, what a stupid God.
Yeah, I remember bringing something up like this to my pastor when I was growing up, and the solution that I came up with my own studies, it seemed, with a combination of apologists and some theologians, is this idea that because God created us to have free will, that we have the ability to not choose him. And that's where the gospel sweeps in and rescues the whole situation, where all this suffering was necessary in order for us to be esteemed and reconciled to free will, but to have free will, but always be in a state of freely choosing him, like the redeemed state.
I would say if God knows the future and the future is set, there is no such thing as free will.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, and that's why I grew up hard, fast Calvinist, so I was like at the most brutal spectrum of it, where I believe that people were destined to disobedience and eternal suffering. And the thing that got me to question it all was I read a book called, I think it's called The Consuming Fire by Edward Fudge. I think he wrote the definitive work on annihilationism, and how he made the case that the biblical picture of hell seems to be more of just an end or destruction. And then as I continued along that journey, I hate that word, by the way, I just used it, journey. But as I continued to study, I came across people like David Bentley Hart, where he wrote a book called All That Shall Be Saved. And he makes a very good logical case that, the New Testament authors seem to give the picture of reconciliation of all people, and that the translations were so poor that we've derived this.
So you had a problem with hell, and you looked for ways to get around it.
It was part of my. Yeah, it was part of it. I don't know if I could say that was like the reason that I was questioning the faith. It was just an element of the faith that I found to be a little bit absurd.
But please don't end up being like a progressive Christian, because I really have troubles respecting them. Like I think they're less dangerous than the fundamentalists, of course, but
they're just not honest.
But they don't. Yeah, it's like you basically have to throw out the parable of the rich man and Lazarus in the Gospel of Luke. You have to throw out when Jesus said, "Fear not the one who can destroy the body, but the soul in hell." You got to throw out all those verses and say Jesus never really said that, which guys like Bart Ehrman would say. You just don't try to massage Christianity to make it fit with what you desire. Just reject it, believe in this God deistically, whatever, and live your life and have fun. Be fair, be kind to others, but don't try to make it all fit. You're going to drive yourself crazy.
Yeah, I'm already going insane. Yeah, but well, I appreciate you letting me call in, buddy. I appreciate it. Hopefully, I wasn't too much of a waste of your time.
No, that was a good conversation. And if you do want to get back to the true Christianity, may I recommend you go to Jonathan McClatchy, and he will set you straight.
Oh yeah, I've seen him. Yeah.
You know who that is?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Tell him Doug sent you
he...
from Pinecreek.
Okay. All right, man. You have a good day.
You know what I just said to you? Like, he would never say that to. Well, maybe he would. But I'm just imagining Jonathan McClatchy saying, here I've given you all the reasons to believe in Christianity, but if you want to hear the other side, go to Pinecreek, hop on his show. I really don't think he would ever say that, but maybe he would.
Maybe he'd end with, well, there's always Pascal's wager. So.
Yeah. Why take that chance?
Right. So.
Anyhow, have a good day, Josh.
Yeah, you too, bud.
See ya. Yeah, it was a good conversation, Nexus. I do think it's more intellectually honest just to become a deist rather than a progressive Christian. You listening, Randall Rouser? I'm encouraging him not to be like you. Just let it go. Be like that princess in Frozen. Let it go. You'll be fine. Room's open.
And some of the answers I gotten were well-meaning, but they were almost offensive. Like they almost made me angry when I said, "Oh, how do you know Jesus rose?" And they said, "Well, there was."
Oh, is Tyler here? Tyler, yeah, call in. You want to talk to me about free will, right?
Over 500 witnesses, and I just thought I just don't want to talk to him anymore because he's just not on the level I'm on as far as like I'm really wondering outside of a mere claim, what other supportive evidence do we have? And so when I found that support, I was relieved. And it wasn't until after that I started realizing other people had some of the questions I've had too and all that kind of stuff. And obviously
when he found the answers he was looking for, he was relieved.
It was a lot bigger than I ever thought it was. I mean, people have been wrestling with these issues for long before I was ever born, but that was my experience.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. The thing is, here's my problem. That I don't know, maybe you can help me with it or not, but it seems like when it comes to
that's a tactic, by the way. You guys hear that? Maybe you can help me with this. It's like instead of being on, we're like an army and we've got the one side and the other side, we're doing battle. No, I'm shifting over to his side and saying, you help me, let's work together. Is it a tactic? Yes. Is it a good one? Yes. Does it work? Yes. Is it bad to do? No. Am I lying to him? No. He sincerely can help me understand. But if you want to have better conversations with people who severely disagree with you, you have to get rid of this idea of we're on two separate teams, two separate tribes, and we're doing battle. You have to get rid of that. This is why wokeism and critical race theory is so horrible, so bad, because it basically says, oh, based on your skin color or whatever, we are separate. You shut up. This person needs to talk. I mean, it's the opposite of what I'm saying. It's tribalism to a T.
Prophecies or whatever it is, people around the world do not agree on these specific issues. But there are other things in this world that people, no matter what culture, what religion, where you live, we do agree on. And, things like...
Free Thinkers is here. Did you agree with what I said? If God's omniscient and if the future's set, there's no such thing as free will? We agree, Doug. Progressive Christianity is so wildly ad hoc and inventive, it just ignores in principle, so anything that would be counter to what they want. Yeah, they got the feels. They just want to feel good about certain things, and there's certain biblical things that make them feel icky, like the Old Testament, for example. Tons of things in the Old Testament. But there's plenty of things in the New Testament to feel icky about. Like, how do the progressive Christians get around end times stuff? Like, do they say that just won't ever happen? It's already happened in 70 AD. How do they get around with some of the things Jesus apparently said? Do they just say, well, Jesus never really said that or never really meant that? How do they get around that Jesus affirmed the Old Testament? Like, do they just say, well, Jesus in his human form never really knew everything? Jesus didn't really know evolution, what that was. I mean, I respect fundamentalist Christians way more than progressive Christians. I don't respect the fundamentalists who, start killing gays, throwing them off the rooftops because they're gay and it's an abomination. I don't respect that. But I do respect that they have a core of what they believe. Whereas progressives are just like, there's like, which way is the wind blowing today?
I always use acceleration due to gravity at sea level. It's 9.8 meters per second squared, no matter if you're a Muslim, a Jew, a Hindu, a Buddhist. We get the same results. You take the prophecy in Ezekiel or Daniel, you know as well as I do, you can get people who has spent their whole life studying this stuff, and they will disagree with you. And
yeah. Okay, so your question is...
like, what's his name? Bowen, Josh Bowen, spent a big chunk of his life studying this stuff. He would tell Mike Winger the prophecy of Tyre is a bunch of garbage. You just read a chapter later, it shows that the prophecy failed. Tyre exists today. And you got to like massage it. Oh, this is the Tyre off the coast, the Tyre in the mainland. Alexander the Great, 300 years later. Oh, nobody could have foresaw that a port city would ever be attacked. I mean, come on. Thank you for the donation, Daniel Seamster. Did the flying man know about evolution? Of course the flying man did, because the flying man was omniscient.
No, it's not a question. It's
okay.
It's the question.
Why don't more people agree?
The question mark in my head is that if it comes down to that the belief has to come first, and then we see the reason comporting to the belief. If that, or even the opposite, the Bart Ehrmans of the world, well, they just have a bias against the scriptures. They have a bias against God. They were hurt. It's an emotional thing, or he
which can be true, by the way. I really have very little compassion or respect for atheists who say, I was hurt in the church, I'm out, therefore Christianity is false because I was mistreated. That's a horrible way to say Christianity is false, because some Christians said you were a bad person, or some Christians say that your lifestyle is a sin. Maybe your lifestyle is a sin. Maybe Christianity is true. I don't think it is, but these are horrible reasons. This is why I advocate to be a little more dead inside. Ask yourself, is there any good reason to think this is true to begin with?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
He couldn't solve a problem in it, and so now he's looking at the Bible through a certain lens. But here's the thing. What if Bart Ehrman's right?
Don't consider that.
Okay. Then if he's right, then I should stop being a Christian. Right. But he's not. And at least I'm convinced, 100% convinced he's not. I know you don't like that percentage stuff, but...
Yeah, 100% is
100%. Yeah. No, well, that's how convinced I am. I don't know everything about everything, but I don't mind being fully convinced of things. I think it's smart to be fully convinced of things. I think that it stunts your whole life if you're never fully convinced about anything.
Do you wish a Muslim would drop from 100% to something below 100% on their belief?
Oh, I wish he would apostatize and become a Christian.
Okay,
but that's not because being convinced is bad. It's just because he's believing things that aren't true.
Right, but how would he ever change his mind? Let's take it off Islam. Let's put it into Hinduism, because it's not even close to the same belief. How would a Hindu who truly believes in Vishnu even begin to change their mind unless they consider...
Mods, do something about Jeff, or I'll tag the show. Look at this. This is so interesting to me. I kind of like it when people threaten, because they got no power here. Let's put this person in timeout.
For just an instant, a moment, that they could be wrong. They could.
That's
right?
Absolutely true. And nobody can change their mind without thinking about the possibility of them being wrong. But so now, does that make thinking you're wrong virtuous?
I would think being open to the possibility of being wrong is virtuous.
Okay, I agree with you there. Me being wrong, definitely open to me being wrong.
Can you be wrong about Christianity? He agreed that being open to being wrong is virtuous. I wonder if I was to scour his videos since then, if he would say that still. Would he admit today that there's a chance Christianity is false? I think he would, but maybe not.
But I'm not going to think I'm wrong because I might be wrong. Like, if you know what I mean, it's kind of like a nebulous sort of. Because here's my thought. I've watched a lot of your videos, Doug, and I think some of what you do is really more about psychologically impacting people than it is about impacting them with sort of.
But earlier he admitted that beliefs come first, reasons come second. That basically, if you agree with that, it means that we are emotional mammals. That we tend to believe things or disbelieve things, and then we have these biases that cause us to affirm what we already believe, and it takes so much work, so much effort to overcome that. So it is mostly psychological. We are psychological animals. This is why we have the scientific method, in which, in my opinion, is one of the best ways to come to knowledge, because it helps overcome that. Doesn't matter who you are, where you're from. You can follow this procedure, run this experiment, and see if we get the same result as this Hindu guy, or this Muslim guy, or this Buddhist guy.
Facts or information.
Yeah, and I can tell you why I do that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, if you're done, yeah. The reason why I do it the way I do it is because when you get mired down into the muck of, and that's why I didn't want to get into the specifics of prophecies, is, and I'm going to take it off you. I'm going to put it on.
Get to the point, Pinecreek.
If you start getting into the details of the Vedas, going back and forth, well, is this true or is this not? Well, when was this written? When was it?
Get to the point.
If you start getting into the details, if you're coming from the point of view that I'm going to believe this no matter what you have to what you have to talk about is the epistemology. Why do they believe it in the first place? Because they're not going to hear anything you and I are going to say to them about why the Vedas might be wrong, why reincarnation might not be true. They're not going to.
You see what I'm doing here? Oh, I'm so slick. See, we're on the same team. These people are not going to understand what we say, Mike. They're not going to hear us. But I'm really talking to him.
To hear it. Their fingers are going to be in their ears, and they're going to see your mouth moving, but they're not going to hear a word of it. And
I think they might be very open. It's just if you're able to come and talk to them about details and information and be reasonable. I think reason is a virtue.
Yes. I
Reasonableness is a virtue. I don't think doubt's a virtue.
I would agree that some people might be open to the facts and change their mind about it, but I would say that most people are emotional creatures. There's very few of us autistic types who can just.
I'm plenty emotional.
But this is why
I'm definitely not the cold, unemotional. Not that it's right or wrong. I'm just being honest with you. I was very nervous about us having this conversation because I think it's a very important one, and I see the weight of it, and I want to do well, and I'm sure you can understand that.
Whoa, I forget this. He admits he was very nervous to talk to me, and it was very important to do well with me. Wow. I'm trying to think back if I was nervous to talk to him. I don't think so. Not at all. I think by the time I started my YouTube channel, I think I was pretty confident in everything that a theist could say to me that I wasn't nervous. And I'm the type of guy that, sorry, I don't know that. I don't know. I'm willing to do that quickly. I'm willing to actually have people take my hand and lead me into a trap. Go ahead. If you want to make me look bad in front of all my subscribers, do it. Do not care. I tell you, this is why I advocate to be a little more dead inside, because once you get to the point in your life where you don't care what people think about you, you can actually find what's true easier, because you're not like, like with Mike, if I was to take his hand and say, okay, I'm going to ask you some questions, but these are all trap questions and potentially could make you look horrible in front of Christians and potentially cause Christians to doubt their Christianity. Are you willing to do this? Like, I think for guys like Mike, I'm hesitant. I really don't want to do this. He's admitting this here. He's saying he's nervous. But for me, I tell you, if some atheist wants to trap me and lead me down a garden path to cause other atheists who might be watching to doubt, do it. Go for it. I'm not going to cry if an atheist becomes a Christian. But so many Christians cry when Christians become atheists. The advantages I have and atheists have are so humongous in conversations like this. It's like, theists, you handcuff yourself because of this whole idea. There's so much at stake.
Yeah.
I mean, I believe that you I believe that you left Christianity, and for whatever reasons, I don't know, I don't want to guess at them either. I think that's impolite, if nothing else, as imaginary at its worst. But
I can tell you after.
But I think that you also have an active ministry.
I do. I preach a gospel.
Trying to get people to doubt
Yes.
any supernatural claims or beliefs that they have.
Not only supernatural, I even any deeply held belief, I think it's good to doubt continually. I'm not talking about like the little stuff in life. I'm talking about deeply held beliefs.
Okay.
And here's why. And here's why I think it's very, very important.
But wait, if I could finish my point real quick.
Yeah, but
So the fact is that you are operating from a position of deeply held beliefs and a position of certainty about those beliefs. Yet what you're preaching is that other people wouldn't have those things.
No, I'm not even certain about that. Like, I am open to the idea of being able to know things with certainty. So far, I haven't found it, but I'm open to that idea.
But in a pragmatic sense, you watch your YouTube videos. There's a certainty to which you press people towards doubt, and I think that you avoid minutia, and that's the problem with avoiding the details of why we believe is that you'll never arrive at a truthful belief. You'll only arrive at doubting beliefs.
No. I start with the broader picture first, and you just told me one thing that would cause you to doubt, and that was the manuscript dates. Let's say in Daniel or Isaiah. I think you said.
No, if you could show me that the Bible was a fabrication, not really, say even written in the 1st century, but was developed over time by 3rd century men, 4th century men, maybe who now in power decided to write material in order to support their religious stuff. If you show me that, it would utterly crush me.
Okay, and that's great. It's a very specific thing, and then at that point, I'm willing to talk about the minutia of it. But until we get to what would cause you to change your mind, you got to stay on the big picture stuff. And I think you can understand this. Like, just imagine evangelizing to a Muslim. Like, you can see that, right? They're not going to hear if you just said, "Come on, the Quran's not the word of God." You think they're going to listen to any word you're going to say after that?
No, but you've got to focus on details. But so, I guess I feel like we're sort of drifting a little bit. And for the sake of
you got to focus on the details, but we got to focus on the details that matter to the person you're talking to. And this is why street epistemology is so powerful. The Kokel method, Greg Kokel's method, is so powerful. Like, if someone believes because of X, why spend so much time on the details of Y and Z? No, you talk about X. So you got to figure out what X is first, talk about that. And who really cares about Y and Z if it's not a big issue for them?
viewers as well as our conversation, can I frame what I feel like we're saying here?
Sure.
Okay. I'm suggesting that doubt is not a virtue because it sort of starts with doubt and ends with doubt. But you've got to go for truth.
Yeah, and I think we should have defined what doubt meant. When I say doubt's a virtue, I mean being open to belief revision is a virtue. Being willing to admit that you could be wrong is a virtue. That's what I mean. I'm not talking about that emotional angst. That emotional gut feeling is a virtue. I'm saying, thinking about things and saying, you know what, I could be wrong here. That's virtuous. And it's very easy for Christians like Mike Winger to see that when you put it in other religions. It's virtuous for a Muslim to admit I could be wrong about the Quran. I don't think I am, but I could be. There's things I could learn about it to change my mind. I could have markers.
Truth and use reason, and that's a virtuous thing. And I feel you're not doing that, and I don't mean this in a mean sense or anything like that, of course, but I feel like your videos aren't doing that. Your YouTube ministry is not accomplishing that goal. And one of the ways in which you
Oh, I got testimonials that would say the opposite.
Don't do that goal is, okay, it's fine when you do your videos and you try to get someone to doubt their beliefs. If their beliefs are false, then that's great. But if you encounter someone who has true beliefs and your goal is to get them to doubt it and to avoid the details of why they believe, the minutia.
The question is, how do you figure out whether you hold true beliefs or not?
You're only going to be stirring up doubt of the truth.
But how do you know the belief is true to begin with? If you don't ask the question or even posit the idea that you could be wrong.
That's what I've been saying. I've got evidence to support the things that I believe. Because I think personal testimony is a good enough reason to believe. Personal experience is a good enough reason to believe. It just doesn't convince anyone else. I don't.
Why would it convince yourself then? Like, even if I experience something amazing, like water soaked napkin being lit on fire, it is still more reasonable for me to question, to gaslight myself, than believe a supernatural thing, the laws of physics have been broken for me. But if I'm on a live stream and I got video evidence and people watching, and we can say, hey, did you see what I saw? Yeah. Well, then we can raise our confidence that it actually happened. There's so many defeaters for this whole idea of the inner testimony of the Holy Spirit. Like, if you were to strip yourself of your neediness, the desire for meaning and hope and purpose, the desire to not be scared of death, if you could strip yourself away from that and then ask yourself the questions, this feeling I got in church, this feeling I got in my room when I was sad and I opened up the scriptures and I got this feeling of comfort, you are more likely to say that, oh, you know what? This just could be myself, comforting myself. But you first got to strip all those needs out. And it's really hard for humans to do that, because we're just so darn needy.
I mean, you had your experiences, I've had mine, but are you,
wait a minute,
off of a stranger's testimony, are you going to change your beliefs?
But we're talking about truth, though. Do you think personal experience is a good enough reason to say your belief is true?
It theoretically, yes. In every instance, in every conceivable situation, no, of course not. But yeah, I think that
that's called special pleading. In my case, yes. In the Muslim case, no.
If you had a vision and Christ came to you and knocked you off your chair, whatever you're sitting on, and he actually spoke to you, that would be a good reason to change your position.
So if Vishnu came to me in a vision tonight and said, "I'm real, Doug," I experienced that vision, I experienced that.
That was the devil, Doug. If Vishnu came to you, that was the devil, not the true God.
With Vishnu, are you saying that is a good reason to believe Vishnu is real and true?
That's an interesting question, isn't it? Theoretically, it would be, right? Let me see. If you had a vision, let's round this out. If you had a vision, if you had not just a quirky hallucination, but something that you could say this was real, and this vision told you truths about the spiritual world and truths about the afterlife, things like that, would you have good reason to believe it? As long as you could say the source was being honest. So I guess it would be wise to...
How would you know the source is being honest?
Check the vision, to test it against some sort of standard.
Yeah, what standard do you suggest? The Hindu Vedas?
Now let's say you combine your vision of Vishnu, which I don't know if anybody's had many visions of Vishnu, but let's say you combine your vision of Vishnu.
I talked to a guy who I think had a vision of Odin, and I'm not kidding.
Yeah.
What was his name? I forget his name, but a guy who believed that Odin was real. Craziness.
I heard that, but he wouldn't give you the details.
No, he wouldn't. And I think I know why. But
a lot of Christians don't give me details either. When I ask them, why do you really believe? They say, I had this amazing personal experience and I want to get the details. No, I don't go into that. Oh, did he finish it? Did you finish it, Fahim?
Oh, yeah, I found a website that you can search the Arabic terms on.
Okay, but did you do it?
And yes, so basically, you search for yom and it comes up as 415, but then yom is used in a bunch of different words as a syllable, so you have to subtract
See,
those
that's
words from the
exactly what
total.
I said what would happen, right?
Well, you have to find yom on its own, which is day.
Right.
So that comes out as 365.
No, you just said it was 415.
It was 415 because yom is used as a part of bigger words in the Arabic. So it's kind of like maybe in English it would be like, oh, today or something like that.
Okay,
Like,
so
Friday.
you're saying the DAY by itself, you did
Yeah.
it and it came out with 365 when you did it yourself.
Yeah.
Okay, where's the link? Let me do it. Is it the Quran
You want the
in Arabic?
It's called well, I'll
Or
send,
is it a
so I
website that's
posted it
trying
in
to
the chat.
prove it's 365? I don't want a website that's trying to prove that it's 365.
You can search the actual like Arabic terms. Yeah.
Okay, put it in the
I'll put it in the chat.
Chat, this chat, not the live stream chat. Because it won't show up in the live stream chat. So you're saying like the word day shows up as someday or every day. And if you strip those away, you'll get 365.
Yeah, but you'd have to search for a bunch of Arabic terms.
Oh, is there a way to?
I can.
Can you just
tell
put
you the
quotes?
terms too.
Can you just put quotes around the word DAY so it just searches day? Did you try that?
I don't think so because the text is all in Arabic, so it's just looking through. Like it wouldn't, if you put day in English, it would just come up as 0. So I typed in the Arabic like you were trying before.
Yeah.
And that's how you get the 415.
But can you
take
search it so it just in Arabic searches for day that's not included in other words? Or do you have to find those other words?
You could try it. I didn't try that, but
yeah,
I'm not
try
sure.
doing that right now.
Okay.
Put quotes in the Arabic word for day and see if it, because that's how you can isolate the word day, or maybe put a space before day and a space after day. It's another way of doing it.
Okay.
Yeah, Keanu Reeves. Love your acting, Keanu. He says the same thing in the live stream chat. So put a space before day, space after day. Did you put the link in the chat?
Yeah.
There we go. Oh, see, this is an apologetics website. Right? It says answeringchristianity.com. Okay, and okay, this is in English. When I search day, I get 6,491. What? Did it work putting spaces before and after? Like, do you get a search result?
It gave 208 when I did that.
208. There you go.
Yeah.
208 is not 365.
I'm not sure that's what like.
But then if you got a
Oh,
result,
so okay, so
and you can't give the
okay,
footnote excuse because you're below
no,
365.
So it's I think there's like 3 different writings of it, so it could have an al in front as well.
But you
And
see how difficult this is now becoming. Like if
well, I think it's difficult for us because we're speaking in English, but I don't think for the Arabs.
but you did Arabic, right? In Arabic, you did space,
Yes.
yom,
Yes.
space.
Yeah.
And you
But
got 206.
I got 208. But
208.
yeah. So that's that. There's 3 different ways. There's yom, and then you can have al yom, and then there's another one as well.
I know, but this is what I was saying earlier, that apologists for Islam they're pattern seeking. They're trying to get it up to 365. So they'll look at different ways of saying day or similar to day or
No. So if you just look for space yom, then it wouldn't include, for example, the day, because in Arabic it would be connected as a different word. It would be al yom. So the space would get rid of the al, basically.
Okay, put in that other version. Search the day.
Okay.
You could be right. It could come up to 365, but let's check it for ourselves. But don't use any apologetic websites.
Okay, so yeah, al yom gives 73.
It gave what? 373?
And then yes, and then there's a last term where so the m is kind of written differently. It's kind of written separately. So then that one would have to be added as well.
Okay, but 375, not 373 now. That includes the 208, right? Because it has the same word in it.
Mm-hmm.
So you're done at this point. It doesn't work.
Well, no, there's the last one.
I know, but you're going to get a number higher, not lower.
Oh, so no, so because that one you'd have to subtract yom from. So that one you'd have to take. So the 373 you'd have to take. So basically, the day would include the day as well. So then you'd have to. The last one is 16. So you'd have to take. I think you'd have to take 16 away from. 5.
That's 357. Getting closer. But it's not 365. So next time you hear a Muslim say this about the 365 thing, you tell them, I did it myself. And I never got 365. I did it 3-4 different ways. I never got 365. You look at the Muslim in the eye and say, you do it yourself and you'll find what I found. But I really appreciate you doing it.
Okay.
But now I can sense from you that you're trying to make it work. You're trying to think of all the other things you might be missing.
I'm trying to figure out like how they got to 365. Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's a good question. One possible answer is they just flat out lied and said 357 is close enough.
But if they flat out lied, I feel like there would have been more people saying, "Oh no, it's actually 357." Well, I wouldn't be the first.
It probably is a type of pattern seeking where, you know how you said the day is 373, maybe a day, like search a day instead of the day or that day. I bet you they just kept searching for ways to make it work. or was day, is day, our day. No, it wouldn't be our day. There's so many ways you can do it. So they took the bigger number, the 375, and they for some reason subtract. They have to subtract 8. You got to find a version of day that has 8 in it. 8 instances. It's probably like that day or someday, I don't know. And say, well, that doesn't really count because it's some, or, and then say, oh, see, 365. This is classic pattern seeking. Yes, this is live. We're demonstrating a certain Muslim apologetic false live. I bet you I'm right. I bet you it's they subtracted some instances of someday, that day.
Well, so basically, the way that they get it here is when they search Yom, they get 415.
415.
So that's like the original one.
Okay, so that's the max number.
They said that so since there are words that contain Yom, so one of them is Yom Ithin. So that occurs, they said 70 times.
70?
Which I can check. Yeah.
Okay, but that
then,
they can't subtract that because they need to subtract 50, and that's 70. Then they have to add back.
Sorry. Well,
because that from 415 to 365 is 50.
No, sorry. It's sorry. It says the number of text occurrences says 451. My bad.
Oh, 451.
Yes.
Okay.
But the number of verses it's in is 415. That's so I got confused there. Yes, the number of actual occurrences is 451.
So they got to subtract 86 somehow. So my guess is
so the first one is the Yom Ithin occurs 70 times. So they subtract.
See, this is it. They subtract the 70 from there, and then the 16 of a day or whatever it was you said earlier.
So then the next one is Qayyum, which occurs 3 times. Well, that means eternal. So and then there's Yawmain, which occurs 3 times, which means 2 days. And there's Yawmikum, which occurs 5 times.
Okay.
And it means like
we're almost
your
there.
time. And then Yawmihim, which occurs 5 times, which means their time.
Yeah. Okay.
So that
you
gets,
see
that
what
gets
they,
the 365.
Okay, now Fahim, pretend you don't care about Islam for a second. Look what they had to do in order to get 365. They had to subtract out 4 different versions of day found in 4 different words.
Well, they don't mean day. They just have yom in them. So the first one means eternal. The second one means 2 days. The third one means your time.
2 days, right?
Yes. So obviously that wouldn't be included.
Is that 2 days
one
or
day.
today?
2 days. Like the 2 number days.
Yeah. How can they can't subtract that? Why do they subtract?
Why? Because they're only looking for day singular.
They're only looking for day singular because
day in the singular, because 365 singular days is in a year.
And that's 70 that they subtracted.
So the 70 was Qayyum, which means eternal. Sorry, no, the 70 was Yama Ithin.
What does that mean?
Which
it's something day.
That means it means like then forth at that time.
Okay, but
that's what it means.
But why did it come up? It has the same symbols as day though in it, right?
It has the same like roots, kind of. The yom is in that word, but it doesn't mean day.
Okay, but it has the same root, just like days plural. It has the same root.
Yeah, but it's only looking for just day singular. That's what adds up to 365, because only 365 singular days is a year.
Okay, so they start with 451. They subtract 70 for all the yoms that are found in other words.
Yeah,
but don't mean day.
Yeah,
and then 3 that are the plural.
3. So 3 is 3 of them is eternal. 2 of them 3 of them means 2 days. And then 5 of them means your time.
Okay, how do you know it means eternal, not just day?
Oh, because it's the word is not yom, it's qayyum, which means eternal. But yeah, but like the ya and the ma is in that word.
Okay. So it has the word day in it, but it doesn't mean day. And what was the other three?
Yes. So the one after is yawmain, which means 2 days, and that comes 3 times.
And when you say 2 days, it's not like today is Thursday. It's 2 days.
Yeah, 2 number days.
See, that one I think is...
Because it's not a singular day. It's only
So the
looking for
miracle
singular days.
here is that the word day singular found by itself is 365.
Yes, and then the same would go for month. Singular is found 12 times.
And what was the 2 5s?
The two 5s. The first one, it means like your time, your plural time, and it was yomikum, so yom is in there. And the next one was yomihim, which means like their time.
Okay, and then when you did it, the word day singular, like I asked you to the very first time with a space, yom space, you got 208. Right?
Yeah, because that would it would disclude some other terms, I think.
I mean, if your goal is to find how many times the word day singular is in the Quran, wouldn't the way you did it and got 208 be the answer?
Well, no, because the day would be a different word to just yom.
I know, but when you did all your subtracting here, the 70 and the 3, your reasoning was, well, we can subtract those because the word day is in there, but it's a different word. But now when you go from 208 to 365, you're saying, well, the word day is in there, but there's a preposition or something in front. Like, it's not consistent. Why can you not?
It's because, well, you can have a preposition, but then it would, like, sometimes it could change the meaning, but then
So it's okay to add when it's a preposition, but not subtract if it's like in a compound word. That's what I'm hearing.
Well, it's just that sometimes if you find like the letters, like kind of like the root word in the word, it doesn't mean singular day.
Yeah, to me this is pattern seeking, Fahim. It's like, who decided that day plural is not allowed, but day singular is? Who decided that a preposition before day is allowed, but in a compound word it's not? Like you're just trying to seek out for it to work.
So it's singular because it's 365 singular days. Like not plural days.
How many days are in the year? It's plural.
Yes, but it's 365 individual days.
Right.
So so it'd have to be one, like a singular day appearing 365
and
times.
It's not 365 the days, odd days, that day's day. So, but you still include those prepositions in front of day to get from 208 to 365.
Well, what would it be then? Just because the day is still 2 separate words in English, but then in Arabic it would be like one word. It would be like one term.
Right, but someone has came up with a rule to make it work. We're going to include prepositions to get it from 208 to 365. We're going to exclude
it's just that
plural. We're going to exclude the word day found as a compound word. We're going to exclude like the 3, the 5, the 5. Like, they just made it work.
Well, they're just saying it's just singular, like, and nothing else.
And why choose 365?
Well, they didn't choose it. It just came out to 365.
Right, but that's not even the Muslim calendar's 365.
But it's the one we use today.
Did they use it back then?
No.
See, that's another pattern-seeking thing. Like,
But no one was looking for it back then.
I know they're looking for it now because they want to justify.
Well, they found it now. They found it now, and then it's 365. Well, I said in the chat that there was so I think Sye Ali brought this up in a debate against Jay Smith, and I think he asked the same. Also, one of the Q&As was that like the Muslims would use a lunar calendar, so why is it
like when
why
the
is
Quran was
365
written?
not 354?
When the Quran was written, and I asked if we were to ask them how many days are there in the year, what would they say? How many singular days are there in a year?
They would probably say 354.
Right.
But it wasn't written just for them. It was written for everyone.
I wonder if we could get to 354 using the same technique.
I don't think so. I feel like if we could,
because you gave me a whole bunch of numbers here. I bet you we could.
I think it would look even more. Yeah, it would look more impressive if you could do that. But I haven't seen anyone say that. They would just dismiss it.
All we need.
But if there is, I'll look for it.
Because I know like 354 is 11 away from 365. We got 2 5s here. That's 10. We just need one instance of day used in a different way, and then boom, we got it. In fact, my recommendation for Muslims here is, if you take this in context, the original when it was written, we should be shooting for 354, not 365, and I bet you we can get there. In fact, you could get there, find one instance of day that we can add back, and then write a paper. You'll become famous. You could go on the Muslim apologetic circuit saying you found something that nobody else did, and that hey, the 365 is a good, was a good start, but really we should be targeting 354.
Do you not think someone would have, or like if it was like that easy, they would have found it already, like a way?
I don't know. Maybe they haven't even thought of it, because a lot of this has taken place in the in the last 100 years, 50 years. I don't know when they started pattern seeking like this.
But that it's a common criticism that they get because of the lunar calendar. So I feel like they would have. It would make, if they were orchestrating it, it would make more sense to force it to get 354 rather than 365, because otherwise that criticism comes up.
I wonder if I can get there. We got 3355, 208, 70, 354. We need to get 11 somehow. Oh, I got it. Yes. Don't subtract the 5, the 3, and the 3. 3 add 3 is 6. 6 add 5 is 11. If we don't subtract those and come up with some apologetic, you end up with... Oh, no. You have to start with the 208 and build up, and then use that 11 somehow to get to 354. You can do it.
Okay, I'll try to do it.
Yeah. Hey, and when you make money from this, I want some royalties, because this was a great idea. You can pattern seek it. You can do it. I trust you.
I have a question for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
If you had to choose a religion to follow, which one would it be?
That's a tough question. It'd probably be, if I'm living in the United States, it would have to be like progressive, even though I hate progressive Christianity. It would have to be some Pete Enns. Oh, probably don't know who that is. But it'd be some version of Christianity that's basically just cultural Christianity. So it just make living in the United States easier.
You're in the States.
Yeah. Where are you?
I'm in London.
Okay.
Yeah, I studied in Buffalo last year.
Okay.
So I did a year abroad.
What'd you study?
So I'm in my last year of doing a master's in astronomy, space science, and astrophysics.
Okay.
In Buffalo, I did aerospace, aeronautical, and astronautical space.
So you accept evolution via common descent?
Yes, I accept. I would say I'm a naturalist.
You're a naturalist that believes in God.
Yes. So I don't believe in supernatural miracles.
But you believe in a bodiless mind?
I don't know exactly what.
Like, do
God
you think
is.
Allah has a mind, an intellect,
Yeah,
a will, a soul?
yeah. I feel like the questions about God have just become really difficult because, like, if you say God is omniscient, then can he also have free will because he knows what he's gonna do? Like, I don't really know.
I tell you, like, that's a great question. And another
Yeah.
great question is, why would a omnipotent, omniscient God create anything?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Or just why not just start off with everyone in heaven, or like why bother creating people
Yeah.
that are just going to hell? I don't know.
But like, I'm a naturalist too. Isn't
Mm.
it weird to conceive of a deity type thing with a mind and intellect without a brain, a physical brain?
Yeah, I mean it could be, but I think when you leave the universe, you don't have to think of like in those kinds of terms. Like you don't have to think of consciousness being attached to the brain.
But do we have any reason to believe that that exists? Like something outside our universe that has a intellect that doesn't require something physical? Like, on what basis do we say as naturalists that we should believe such a thing?
Well, I'm not. Well, as a naturalist, you don't have to believe in it.
But you said you're a naturalist.
Yes, yeah, I'm a naturalist. Yeah.
So as a naturalist, why would you believe that?
So I believe in that because of the Quran. So it would just go back to that.
And you believe in the Quran because of 365 or 354, whatever.
Yeah. I mean, I would say so. I believe there's a lot of good evidence. I told you already, but the simulation theory. So like, if the universe is a simulation, then someone or some people would probably have to program it.
If you left Islam, would your life be bad? Like, would your family disown you? Would you be in trouble?
No, it's. I mean, like, I don't want to leave. So like, I don't have a reason to leave it, I guess.
I just gave you a good reason. We don't have any examples of intellect, bodiless minds existing, and yet you believe it.
But why would that be a reason to leave?
Because in order for you to stay, you have to believe this exists, and you have no reason to believe it exists.
Oh, but my reason would be the Quran.
Because a book says so.
Well, it's more so because everything in the Quran that we can verify like has been verified. So I take the leap of faith and say that everything, like the stuff that can't be verified, is I also believe to be true.
You take a leap of faith. What does that mean?
I trust the Quran to be true.
Like, Christians say that everything in the Bible's, self-attesting, verified. There's every time they
but the Bible is it just contradicts itself. So like, there's like, I can't believe in a contradictory book.
And you don't think the Quran ever contradicts itself or puts tension on itself?
I don't think it contradicts itself. No.
Like, even the idea of Allah being intellectual, rational, yet not having a body, that don't see a problem there?
Well, I think it could be like, it could be hard to like, or impossible to conceive of, but I don't think it's a contradiction. And I mean, some groups of Muslims do believe that God has a body and hands and feet and stuff. So you're not just being a Muslim doesn't mean you have to believe he's a bodiless mind.
You think if you were born and raised in the United States, you would be a Muslim?
No, I think I would be if I was raised in a Christian family, or just
Yeah.
if I was raised in a Christian family, I think by now I would be an atheist. But I feel like for me it would come down to like Islam and atheism. Well, that's what it comes down to now, I guess.
And what about all the weird stuff in the hadiths, and like Muhammad was kind of a weird guy, right?
Well, no, most of those are not authentic.
So you don't believe Muhammad ever married a
No
6-year-old?
No, I mean the calculations put it to be like 19, 17.
But you do believe that Muhammad went into a cave one day and heard from an angel that heard from God?
Yeah, I mean that's in the Quran. So
That doesn't strike you as weird and having a lot of reasons to think it's not true? Like,
well, he never reason to believe him, and prophecies that none of the prophecies that he made were wrong. So,
well, are there anything that you've heard, any things you've heard about these prophecies in the Quran? Like, what would people very familiar with the Quran say is something that a prophecy has gone wrong? Have you heard anything?
no.
Like, you know who apostate prophet is, right?
Yeah.
Have you ever heard him say that some things in the Quran are wrong? Some prophecies? If so, what have you heard?
I think I have, but I've seen him like in debates and stuff, or like people responding to his stuff, but I don't remember specifically anything that he said. But to my knowledge, he's like he can't even like recite like the basic surahs that we would in prayer. So he doesn't seem like a very reliable source to me.
So you would say that anybody who has studied the Quran would come to the conclusion that there's no tensions, there's no problems.
No contradictions. Yeah, true.
Okay, but I started this live stream saying that there's no contradictions in the Bible because it's really, if you take the very scientific mathematical definition of contradiction, X not X, and you're using words that can be interpreted in different ways, I'll give that to you. There's no contradictions in the Quran. There's no contradictions in the Bible.
I mean, like if you want to use X not X, there are like numerical contradictions.
I even brought that. I brought that one up too. But what I said is, well, that's just a Scrabble error. If you look at the original text, it was right, or you know.
But even some like additions are also like incorrect as well. Like they'll say, oh, this many would like kind of add up to this, or they'll say the thing about there's that thing about pi. Well, they'll say, oh, the circle is like this many, this wide, but then the circumference.
But my original
to
question to you is that, number one, let's assume that there's no contradictions in the Quran. That still doesn't mean it's from a deity, correct?
No, it doesn't.
Right,
no.
right.
I think if there was contradictions, it would mean that it's not from a deity.
Okay, and then my question is, there are people who have studied the Quran and will say that maybe they won't use the word contradiction, but there's problems. That,
like what?
That some things are. But I'm asking you now, have you heard any of that where people who know the Quran very well say there's problems with it? That there's tensions, that there's things that are seemingly not right?
I don't know of anyone who went to study it with an open mind to find.
Why do you need an open mind? I mean, just all you have to do is read it.
Well, if you want, you can obviously like manipulate things to make it look like it's a contradiction if you wanted to.
And can you manipulate things to make it look like there's not a contradiction?
I don't think so, because a contradiction would just be like clear cut. Like you can't say it's not.
Yeah, see, I disagree with you. I think you can manipulate the text to make it look like everything's fine when it's not. But like the things like Muhammad or the moon splitting in two, you believe?
That's a hadith. I don't.
Okay.
That's not. It was a vision. It didn't actually happen. I don't believe.
And Muhammad riding into the heavens on a beast or something, is that a hadith?
That was a vision as well. Yeah.
A vision, but is it in the Quran?
Yeah. Yeah, it's in the Quran, but it's not something that physically happened. Like he didn't actually ride on it. It was a vision that he had.
What makes you think it's a vision and it didn't really happen?
That's the interpretation. I follow this guy. There's this guy on YouTube I watch. I think it would be cool if you discuss with him. Yeah, he has his own show as well. He's called Mufti Abu Layth. So he runs a show like every Wednesday, and he has guests on. He also has his like a podcast called Mind Trap where he invites different kinds of guests on. Like I'm sure I could get you into contact with him, and he'd have you on.
But there's
I think these
Muslims who
discussions
believe
would be
that it's not a vision, right? That it actually happened.
Sure, yeah. I don't believe that it is though.
So you don't believe that Muhammad actually went on a great beast and flew to the heavens, but you do believe that Muhammad actually heard from an angel.
Yeah.
Why couldn't one say that that was a vision and it didn't really happen?
Well, I mean, when I say that it's a vision, yeah, so they could say that, but then are you saying the whole thing would be like a hallucination, basically?
Well, that one instance of him going in the cave, yeah.
But it wasn't like one instance; he kept going back.
Okay. Well, at least that's
so. Like, would the whole thing, all of them, would be a hallucination?
Okay.
So would the whole Quran would just be something he made up? I guess. So.
Well, not maybe just him. Like, can you imagine a case where a guy has problems with Christianity and Judaism? Not just a guy, a bunch of guys. And let's say Muhammad had some type of mental illness. He goes into a cave. He thinks he saw from an angel that is basically saying some of the problems he has with the Gospels or Judaism. He comes out, he talks to his friends about it. Over the next several decades, they compile a new religion called Islam, with the core propositions never being true. He might have had a vision or because of his mental illness, but he wasn't lying. He really believed this. He really saw these problems, but he just took the things he knew about in Christianity, took the things he knew about in Judaism, used some of those things to create a new religion called Islam. It happens all the time in religions. Isn't that more reasonable than him actually hearing from an angel?
Why would he do all of those things? Like, what's his goal?
Well, he could have many goals. He could have an honest problem with Christianity, an honest problem with Judaism, think that there's problems with it and couldn't reconcile it in his head. And then he truly believes that, oh, God gave him the true religion. And so this solves all the problems that he had and others and creates it. So, his cognitive dissonance goes down. Another thing is he might have thought, oh, I can get prestige. I mean, people will know me forever if we're talking about him today, right?
Well, so the big tribe during his time, they tried to shut him down. I mean, they offered him anything, and he wouldn't stop. So like, if it was for some material goal that he had, I feel like he would have just been like, okay, yeah, like, I won't do it anymore. Like,
yeah, but the Christians use martyrdom. I mean, they never recanted, they never backed down. They use that all the time, and you don't believe Christianity is true.
No. I mean, that would just show that he's not. It wouldn't show that he's not mistaken. It would just show that he's not lying.
Well, yeah, he could honestly believe that, but I honestly, I think Muhammad was just used as a front man, and the Quran was written by a coterie, a bunch of guys, over many decades, and they just used, like, they needed how did this whole thing start? They needed a story. It's the same with Christianity. How did Christianity start? It started, I think, with Paul, and maybe Peter, but we need a story. Like, how are we going to make this fit? And so they use Judaism, create this narrative about a guy named Jesus. I think that's how Islam started too. They create a narrative of a guy named Muhammad, respected man in the community. We'll say he did it.
So do you think they made him up?
No, I think Muhammad actually existed in history.
Okay.
But I think a lot of the things that could be, I think they made up the cave story. I mean that there was an angel there, and well, he could have had this weird vision. He could be mentally unwell. He could have been schizophrenic. I don't know.
But like, there's nothing really that suggest, like, any of the narrations that really suggest that he had a mental illness.
What's more likely though to you? Like, if you and I were walking down the street, where did you go to school? Buffalo?
Like university or
in the U.S.
In the U.S., yeah, Buffalo.
Buffalo. Okay, if you and I were walking down the street in Buffalo and we saw a person fall down to their knees and then start wiggling around and seizing up and froth coming out of their mouth, you and I would call 911 and say that this person's having some type of epileptic seizure, attack, some type of mental brain problem. You and I would never say, I don't think, that this person has a demon in them, right?
Yeah.
We would go to the naturalistic explanation first.
Yep.
What's the naturalistic explanation for Islam first?
I mean, I don't think like an angel coming down is like against naturalism.
Well, then we got a big problem between us.
Because to me, it's like because the root word for naturalism is nature, right?
So would you?
And, like,
was I wrong then? Would you say that you wouldn't go to demon possession or epileptic seizure?
No, I wouldn't go to demon possession.
You wouldn't. Okay, why do you go to angels then, in a cave?
Well, I'm not going to it. That's just that's just the narrative that was given.
Okay, so do you believe that Muhammad was visited by an angel, Gabriel, in a cave?
Yes, I do.
Why do you believe that and not a naturalistic or a different explanation similar to the epileptic?
Because that's like the explanation that everyone went with. Like no one questioned.
Be your own person. Don't go with what everybody says, what the Muslims say. Think.
Okay.
Think for yourself. Just like that epileptic, you would say there's something wrong with their brain, their neurological system. They're having some seizure. Let's call 911 and get some help, get some drugs in them or whatever. You went with that. You didn't go with a demon. Why would you go with an angel in a cave?
Because if what was revealed was the Quran, then it would make more sense that it was an angel rather than him just.
I know, but you're doing it backwards. You're saying. Well,
so are you saying just in isolation, just some guy goes in a cave and he hears some stuff?
Yeah, let's say we had a time machine. We went back and we see Muhammad come out of the cave and he says, "I just saw an angel." Would you and I are standing next to each other?
He didn't. So he didn't say he saw an angel. He just so he thought he was freaking out when he first experienced that.
Whatever he says, you're not going to jump to an angel was involved.
No, I don't think anyone jumped to it. It was that came after.
So what's the naturalistic explanation then? What's the explanation other than an angel?
That he was just hearing things, I guess.
Yeah. Do people hear things? Do we have good reason to think people hear voices in their head when they're not actually outside their head?
Yeah, but it's not the Quran. Like it's not some kind of profound.
But in that one case, it's more reasonable to believe that an angel,
it would be
deity he just heard voices.
In every case, right? In every case that someone's hearing voices.
Okay, so now what overcomes that? Like he goes.
It's what he heard and what he recited. That's what.
So the specifics of what he heard can overcome that naturalistic explanation?
Yeah, because I don't think he can be hallucinating the whole Quran.
Maybe he didn't.
Okay.
And maybe people just said he did.
So the whole so the cave story is correct, but then they just use that to say he heard the Quran.
Yeah, to say this is how it all started, that this is where he got some of the words from God from. But maybe it never happened. In fact, I think you and I agreed that it's more likely it didn't happen.
So, well, I don't agree that the Quran could be from humans.
Yeah, that's a problem. Because
yeah, so even if the the Quran talks about this cave story anyway, but like even if it was just like I don't believe that just humans, a group of humans could have come up with it, and it's not just me. The people at the time that weren't religious, they said that this can't be from humans.
I just talked to a guy named Dale the other day who said that there's no way that the Shroud of Turin could come from humans, that it had to be some miracle from Jesus's resurrection.
Mm-hmm.
But you don't believe that, like?
Well, I would have to hear the reasoning because
They think that when Jesus rose from the dead, that he gave off neutrons, which bombarded the nuclei of carbon atoms to make the carbon atoms C14, so it was dated into the 14. I mean, the lengths they go to say that it's impossible for humans to recreate the shroud. And I told Dale, I said, you sound like a Muslim, because Muslims say the exact same thing about the Quran. It's impossible for humans to recreate it.
yeah, for, like linguistically, it's like Arabs say that it's not something that could come from the human.
But to me, that's just so subjective. Like, it's just so good that no human could ever do it.
Well, I guess the way that you could, like you or I could test it, would be to learn Arabic and then see if we're impressed by it or not.
Yeah, but even that, whether a person's impressed by it or not, like, it's so subjective. If you're Muslim, you're going to say, "Oh no, I'm not impressed."
No,
with
I mean, because there have been like people who have tried to disprove it. They learn Arabic and then, well, after reading the Quran, they would become Muslim.
And Christians will say there's been artists who try to disprove the shroud, or scientists, and they've never been able to do it. I mean, I just hear this all the time, and to me, it's all silliness. It's like, it's hard for me not to just sit back and say, you want Islam to be true, you were raised in it, and that's that. Like, really, there's been the poetic structures of the Quran in Arabic way long before the Quran. In my view, there's absolutely nothing special about the Quran. It's a book written by men, a group of men, using themes from religions that predate it. If I'm very familiar with Christianity, and I've read some of the Quran, and I'm going, this is out of the New Testament. They just copied this. And I know that you'll say that, well, we don't reject the Bible. It's part of God's word too. I've heard all that. But what's more likely? Like, think about that epileptic. What's more likely? That this is some supernatural thing, or just men born from other men?
I don't. Well, I wouldn't say it's that's necessarily supernatural, because it's in nature. Because I don't think the supernatural exists. Like, it doesn't make sense. Like, there's no definition for it.
Okay. Anyhow, thanks for doing the work you did before, and see if you can come up with 354.
Yeah.
I think you can do it. I got faith in you.
All right.
See ya.
See ya.
It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. Thing is, he's an intelligent young man. He has, what did he say, a master's? He just can't see the what's more likely question. He just can't go there. He can't bring himself to say, yeah, men writing stuff. The thing is, there's Christians listening right now who are probably applauding me. DP, I can hear you. Hi, how are you doing?
Good. How you doing, dog?
I'm doing well. Your audio, your mic is really bad. What do you want to say?
Hold on, I'm getting some feedback on your.
Make sure you only have the Whereby tab
screen.
open. Close all the other tabs
Okay.
except for Whereby.
All right. Hold on 1 second.
Yeah, your audio is horrible. Say what you want to say, and then I'll have to let you go because your mic is just terrible.
Is it that bad? Can you hear me better now?
Yes, that's better.
Okay, all right. Let me use this then. All right. Anyway, I was supposed to be on last week, Doug, but I didn't get out of work in time. So,
you're David.
I'm Daniel. Yeah.
Or Daniel.
Daniel. Yes, sir. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. I was supposed to. I missed you last week. I'm so sorry about that.
That's all right.
Can you hear? You can hear me all right now?
It's still pretty bad, actually.
Let me. Is this any better?
That's way better.
Yeah.
Okay, don't move.
Okay, I'll just do this then. All right. Anyway, so did you just want me to tell my story, kind of, or you knew the premise of my email, right?
Yeah. Would you consider yourself a Christian today?
No.
Okay. So your story is that you were a drug addict.
Meth head.
Meth head.
Meth head, alcoholic, in and out of jails and prisons. You know, I think I just counted today 19 times I was in and out.
Oh wow!
And then I had what I thought was a born again experience.
And you became a Christian, and you went on the Christian circuit from church to church, telling people your story of how Jesus saved you.
Yep, speaking my story. Yep, a public speaker. Yeah, I probably spoke. I can't even count a ton of times I told my story, and I really did at that time really fully believe it. And so I just started. I guess the reality was my common sense just came back or something, and I started to look at some of this stuff and just it really just started going, well, this is kind of bullshit. And I started asking a couple questions, and the group I was in was very Calvinist, very Calvinist, about as Calvinist as you could get. So that comes with a whole another set of beliefs, you know, mainly the fear of hell. And so that really compelled me. I suppose that's part of what brought me into it. And the whole time I was being told, you know, I'm only sober because it's God. So and I started to believe all that myself. So
okay, but you must have had a pretty amazing experience to get you into Christianity, yes?
Yes, yeah. Well,
like at the time when you were on the circuit, would you say that it could only be God?
Oh, I fully believe, 100% believe that. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
100.
How can it be that you were so convinced that God transformed your life to now rejecting Christianity?
That is such a good question, but part of it was because I just came to realize, mainly the more and more I read the Bible, I came to see okay, this can't, there's just stuff in there that cannot be, when you were talking to your last guest about the Quran, I could hear that he can't understand, what you're saying is, it just doesn't make sense. And I started to experience that in the Bible, where it's I'm reading this stuff and I'm going, this just okay, I'm sober today and something's definitely happened, you know, but I don't think it's this.
So what do you think it was? What caused you to change?
Well, you know, I think, unfortunately, during all that time of religion, I didn't give myself any credit. And quite frankly, Doug, I think it was a lot of hard work. I think it was a lot of resisting temptation and a lot of
community help.
Personally, what?
Community help as well, right?
Community help as well, yes. And for me, a big thing was getting a job and being employed, because I hadn't done that in drug addiction. And just being employed really has made a big difference in my life. And, you know, paying taxes and being a responsible citizen has really done a lot in my life. At the end of, what it came to is, in Christianity, I just could not believe it's true anymore. There just became biblical contradictions that just kept coming up and coming up and coming up.
Well, Daniel, there's no contradictions.
Okay, you might. I heard that bit at the last end too. I mean, on the face of it, Doug, I would kind of consider that a God that is full of love with sending somebody to hell to be a contradiction, right on the face of it. That this God that is so loving and he absolutely adores you, but he's going to make you suffer an eternity in hell where you are tortured forever and ever and ever and ever.
Yeah, but a lot of Christians,
but he
a lot of
loves me.
Christians don't believe that anymore. They say that you're annihilated or everybody goes to heaven.
Yeah, you know what? I've looked into progressive Christianity, and like, well, part of it too was I really, so I'm not liberal, and I was really progressive Christianity. At least the ones that I found were very, 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 very liberal.
Yeah.
And so that was the issue I had, and honestly, I just don't. I think that like I don't understand with progressive Christianity. To me, it seems like they throw out a bunch of the Bible, but then they're still like saying, "Well, all that's wrong, but this is right." There's this part of it that's right, and I think that's hard to do intellectually, you know. And I did have a great experience that like, but I'd never. I think a lot of it is like when you work hard and like you really put effort in. That matters. That makes a difference. And I think you can do that without a God. You can become a hardworking person no matter how far down you are, no matter where you're at. You can change your life because I've done that. And I think that almost it's a shame to always be giving God a credit when there's people that work their asses off to overcome something. And I worked hard every single day for the first year. I struggled a lot, and it wasn't easy for me. And
but you know why? You know why people do it, though, right? Why they give God the credit?
Well, I think their minds are filled with the idea that they must, first of all.
It's fear. Their fear that if they don't give God the credit, He might smite them and give them cancer.
You'll go back to shooting heroin, Doug. That's pretty much what kept me in it when I started seeing, because I was fully into it. When I read scripture 4 hours a day most of my first couple of years in Christ. And so when I say I knew there was contradictions already, I guess like now I don't get it because I can look back and I go, well, that was so obvious, but it wasn't then.
Yeah.
But it wasn't then. When I fully believed, like this has just been over recently. First of all, the idea of hell really started to really weigh down on me. I'm like, because I'm having friends die that I know they don't know Jesus, right? And I just started to find it hard to believe.
Yeah.
That you could be a reasonably good person. Now Christians in my sect would say there are no good people, you're depraved. But I would say there's people that could be reasonably good people or even really decent people, but yet because they didn't believe, they're gonna spend eternity.
But just hell. One small sin, Daniel, is an infinitely big transgression against an all-powerful God.
It's it. Like even the fact of who we sleep with, how we sleep with them, when we sleep with them, that matters so much to this guy. I mean, some of it just is really ridiculous if you even think of
some would say petty.
Some would say extremely. And that's the view I started to have on. And I'm not. And I suppose I don't know what there is where I'm at. I know that I'm here right now. I heard you. I've been binge watching your YouTube, and I heard you say something like you don't necessarily need the secular humanist because you're just happy working and being with your family and doing that's enough for you.
Yeah.
I heard you say that the other day, something like that. I'm paraphrasing probably. But that's kind of where I'm at too, is like, I feel, there might be something, there might not be, but I'm really just happy to be working. And like, I have a great career now. Like, I love my job. I really do.
What do you do?
I'm a butcher, actually.
Oh, wow.
I'm actually a meat specialist now. I just got a recent promotion so I can do specialty cuts and stuff. It's actually a really cool job because I'm not college educated or anything like that. So, it's a really good trade, I would say.
Yeah.
And I don't have any college debt, and I make really good money. So I would actually, it's something I think most people never really consider even being a butcher, but it's actually a really decent job where I'm at. Anyways, it's one of the better paying jobs here, and I'm making more.
Do you still have all 10 fingers?
I do. I have one knuckle injury that I hit a bandsaw about 3 months ago and almost took a finger off.
Whoa.
But my boss doesn't have them all. I think the 3 out of 7 butchers in our district don't have them all.
When I hire a carpenter or any type of construction guy, I'll say, let me look at your hands. if they have all 10
Mm.
fingers, I go, okay, you're smart enough to work for me.
That's right. It's the same with us, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a cool job though, and that's what I say. Like, I really do. I get to live a really cool life, and like, there might. When I say I was fully into it, like I went door to door. I was sending letters to random addresses. I was knocking, to just talking to people on the
So do
street.
you have
And
Daniel, do you have a desire now to try to convince people out of Christianity?
That's a really good question. And see, I'm very new to coming out of it, or at least to admitting to coming out of it. I think I have a desire for people to know the truth. Like, I'm not out like trying to destroy Christianity, because like you even kind of mentioned it, maybe it did have some value for me at a time. And so I guess my heart's not to destroy it, but what I would like to destroy is the people going around scared that they're going to burn in hell for eternity. I suppose, like, if you're asking, I would like kids not to grow up fearing that. I would like people not to grow up fearing that, mainly because I just think it's a terrible thing to have to fear.
Yeah. I agree.
So when you ask if like I want to destroy Christianity, no, probably not. And you even said many people now are going the progressive way, and I think if it helps people, Doug, then I'm all for it.
Yeah.
I guess like the progressive Christianity, like I said, they were very, very liberal. So I guess I do have a problem with that, but that's more of a political thing rather than a spiritual thing.
It kind of ties together though. Like the people who tend to be progressives, well, they actually share some of your common sentiments, even though you might be conservative. Like that whole idea of hell and justice is just horrible.
Yeah.
But they focus in on the lovey-dovey, love and compassion part of Jesus, and then they ignore the rest.
Mm-hmm. I just think we can have that without Jesus, I suppose.
Yeah, I agree. What was the Calvinist part that, like, was it Calvinism that sent you over the edge? Or was it the hell thing?
The hell thing, really. Well, the hell thing started to unravel some things, like, and then some of the other things, like talking snakes and seas being separated and an ark and a flood that covered the whole earth. Like, I mean, and I'm not trying to be rude to anybody that still holds those beliefs. And by all means, I really did believe them less than 3 years ago. So I'm not trying to, but it just kind of is nonsense when you start to sit down and look at it for what it is to go, did this really?
But didn't you view what Jesus did for you and transformed your life? You viewed that as a miracle, right? So why couldn't you believe those other miracles in the Bible?
Mm-hmm. It's a whole different type of miracle, because I also believed like there was nothing supernatural that was against the laws of physics that made that occur. Because I fully believed before then that people could do it on hard work or different stuff like that. Like, I know people are resilient, and I've watched people overcome stuff my whole life, and I've watched people overcome drug addiction. And that's what I'm saying is there is hope for drug addicts. And that's what I'm trying to say, is that I'm not trying to say there's no hope. I'm actually saying there is all hope in every area. And if God helps people to get out of it, then that is great. And I am so happy for anybody that wants to get out of drug addiction. And that's like mainly my other purpose, is to help people to realize, like, part of it too was like, I think I didn't want to get a job or anything in those days. So even part of, I think, being sober is like living the life that we're meant to live, like, which is like work, family, focus on those things. And that makes a big difference to begin with, I think. And so I think to just tell people that there's no hope that they get sober apart from God is really, really limiting, because some people just aren't.
Would you consider yourself a still believer in a God, though? I know you're out of Christianity, but
I would say I'm agnostic, and like I'm not saying for sure that Jesus didn't exist, but I'm saying for sure the snake didn't talk. And I'm saying for sure some of that stuff didn't happen. So I guess I'm agnostic, you would say, but again, it's just something that I'm not really that concerned about figuring out, I guess, just because like I take care of my grandmother. I go to work, and then at night I take care of my aging grandmother, and I have like a really full life that
what would it take for you to return to Christianity?
Yeah, I don't think I could.
There's nothing you could see, learn.
That's such a hard, that's such a hard question because until it happened, I mean, I suppose if I saw something right in front of me, if I saw Jesus appear right in front of me, but I suppose even then I would quickly ask him, why do you send people to hell? If that's the case.
Yeah, maybe that's not true, but like I have some pretty quick answers to that. Like people always ask me that question, what would it take to return?
Yeah.
Like if you and I walk through a cemetery of one of your friends or people you know who have died, and Christians praise in the name of Jesus for them to come back to life, and we see the ground shaking and they bubble up through, like in Kill Bill 2, that scene.
Yeah.
I tell you, my confidence in Christianity would go sky high, and then I'd have to figure out what version is true.
Yeah, that's the other problem, I guess, is just trying to figure out which version is true. That's the other problem I kind of had with it, because like I was in a Pentecostal church, and I read your bio that you went through a couple of different denominations as well, but
yeah,
I was in a Pentecostal church, and then I was in a really Reformed Baptist church, and then I was in a Presbyterian church.
Yeah. Sounds like you're well-rounded to denounce all the versions of Christianity.
I feel like I should be, yeah.
Huh.
Yeah. So, anyways, what religion? I heard this guy before ask what religion you would choose, and you said something like progressive Christianity.
Yeah. As much as I hate the politics of many progressive Christians, I think it's the least dangerous, and they don't believe in hell. A lot of them are universalists. My reasoning would be for more practical reasons. Like if you live in a Christian nation, it's probably easier to be a Christian or some version.
Yeah, I think you're well, and like when you say do I believe her, I'm still actively like kind of like I'm interested in this stuff, which is why I kind of wanted to talk to you, because I am interested. I actually just got an email back from Randall Rouser. Whom you know?
Okay.
Yeah, and just some of those, like, just because I'm really curious how they get that form of Christianity after reading the Bible. Mainly, so I'm just kind of like, wondering.
They ignore the slippery slope. That's how they do it. They they would say they have good reasons to reject some things and good reasons. Like everything is filtered through the lens of Jesus, but yet they don't really know who Jesus is without trusting the text. And yet,
exactly.
Yeah. So I don't understand.
Jesus seemed to believe in hell. I mean, I've read the scriptures quite a bit. Jesus seemed to believe in a physical hell. I mean, that where you are going to suffer, where there's going to be weeping and gnashing of the teeth. So that's where that's where my emails with Randall are going to go, is like, how do you get then this idea that he didn't believe that? Because I mean, that's what you're saying. Well, maybe.
Well, has he asked you questions, or how? Like, how did?
No, I emailed him. So I just started kind of trying to dialogue with him.
What did you ask him?
Because pretty much I'm trying to get to the bottom of exactly like where, like, Jesus talked about hell. The whole Bible talked about hell. No, I mean, it seems like Jesus.
Old Testament, not really.
Right. You're right. Yeah, you're right. It was Sheol or whatever it was in the Old Testament. Yeah. But in the New Testament, it was heavily talked about, and it was heavily talked about by Jesus. That's where we get our idea of hell from.
So did Randall respond to you?
Yeah, I just got a response. I didn't ask that question. I'm just warming up right now. I just started the conversation because I wanted to see if he'd even email me back, because I had watched him on your show, and that's where I was kind of getting these questions, because like I get the idea that a lot of people are changing the hell and they're trying to go with Jesus, but Jesus is the one who gave us the idea of hell. That's where I'm having a difference of opinion with them, because I think that's mainly where we get the idea of what it is. Like,
they believe that. Like I would say, Randall Rouser believes that Jesus did talk about hell, but I'm not convinced that Jesus even did that. I mean, a lot of the stuff in the New Testament was just men writing decades later what they said Jesus said.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what they would say. They're the ones that say that he talks about hell.
Yeah.
Because they're the ones, So that's So I'm not against Christianity. Are you out to disprove religion? I've watched a lot of your videos, and it almost seems in a sense that you just want to get back to like real thinking and common sense type of like.
Yeah.
guess, logic.
I
But-
do appreciate people who just admit that the reason why they believe it is because they were raised in it and it makes them feel good. I appreciate that answer. But I'm a hard atheist. I believe that all religions of the world are false, the core propositions at least. And so I'm not scared to look someone in the eye and say, hey, I think what you find deep hope, meaning, and purpose in is totally false.
Do you intentionally like go out to do that though? Like if you would see.
No, they come to me. Like I don't. I got my YouTube channel. They find me. I don't have to find them.
Right. That was kind of my question, because like my question was, if you saw religion was helping somebody, and again, that's where I'm at with progressive Christianity. And to be honest with you, I would leave them right alone, but I think their politics are so wrong that I have to argue with them. And so it's not about, but it's not about religion. And I'm grateful that they found something that works. It's just a political part that I have to argue with them on.
Yeah,
because in my time,
you got to understand that I'm a big proponent that the left needs the right needs the left, and it's because we have evolved with different personality types, with different ways, different values on things like concepts like justice and compassion. And so you sound like you lean more like I do, but we do need the Randa Rouses of the world who, cry quite a bit and want to put their arms around the suffering and say it's going to be okay. And then the world needs people like you and me, who's like your story, like you worked hard, you became a butcher, you changed your life, you did this, and other people can do it too. We need people in the world like you that say, hey, don't feel sorry for yourself, don't ask the world to change for you, you change.
Well, that's, I think, the other part of the world, gives the drug addict a victim mentality, which is another reason I stayed in drugs so long, was because I'm like, damn it, I want my welfare so I can buy my dope. I want my food stamps so I can trade it for dope. And then I want you guys to feel bad for me, and I want you to let me out of jail quickly so I can go do it all again. And so I deserved really what I was getting, because I was living like an asshole, and I was being selfish, and I was not productive. And so I think there's so much hope in it that I think it's terrible to tell people that there's just no chance unless there's a God. There's no chance unless there's a God. That's the worst thing you can tell people, I think, because it takes away hope from them that they're,
Yeah,
and
I understand. It takes hope away from them, but like you said, you can replace that with something real.
I think so too. Why do you think it is that people don't like this life so much? Like that, I guess it's like when I hear you talk, it seems like you're enjoying your life. Like you have fun on your YouTube, you enjoy your job, you enjoy your family. And that's kind of how I feel too. And I guess I just go this life's pretty cool. I'm going to enjoy this. I'm not going to spend this whole life thinking about eternity. As if.
Well, Daniel, but you've been there. You know that life can suck for people, right? It can be really bad, really tough. And so when you have people that they feel like there's no way out for them, and they hear about this Christianity where Jesus loves them, died for them, can save them, it makes them feel good.
I think that's partially true, but even in the 3 years when I was fully in it and I was fully speaking and I was reading 3 or 4 hours a day, and I was supposed to have known it's justification by faith alone, that nothing I could do could save me. I worried so much about hell for those 3 years, because I worried I wasn't either doing something right, I wasn't believing the right thing, I wasn't doing enough. So even in the middle of it helping me, Doug, I think I don't want to forget to mention that there was so much anxiety that was caused in my life, and so much suffering that's not there anymore. Because even in the middle of doing all these things that would have been the perfect Christian, I was so scared of hell.
But it's not just hell that they're scared of. Especially Pentecostals, they'll be scared that they're not doing the specific will of God on a day-to-day basis. What does God want me to do? Should I be a butcher? Should I go into construction? Whatever it is, it's you'll find a lot of Pentecostals leave Christianity because they have such high expectations of God that He's involved in every small detail in their life.
well, I was in a Pentecostal church my first year, and really in that way, another part of what you're fearing is I'm going to get cancer, or I'm going to get sick, or God's going to literally smite me because I've done the wrong thing. And like in that world too, you're forced to try and pray for people, and like even people in wheelchairs, and like I was in the middle of that, but I know damn well this person's not going to get up from a wheelchair. Isn't it sick to go lay hands on somebody in a wheelchair and sit and make them believe? I started to get mad at religion now.
What's like? Did you meet some top tier apologists when you were on the circuit?
Nobody really big. I mean, like David Helm and David Bissett, and like they're not really big names, but they're big names in the really Calvinist Reformed expository preaching world, which is what I was in. Because I was training to be a preacher. I was in a couple classes, and I was going to conferences. I went to several conferences. I spoke at several conferences, and mainly because with a story like mine, it is an intense story. 19 times in and out of jail, hopeless and broken, and shooting heroin, and stealing everything, and like getting stabbed, and blah 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 blah. This whole story, and then Jesus brings you out, and of course it's like, but the hard thing about that is I could have just as well been telling people hard work got them out, and that actually would have been the truth. And then they could have done the hard work. I think sometimes when you're relying on God, you think God's going to do it all, so you don't do the work.
Yeah.
Essentially, you go. I think a lot of people think, "Oh, I don't have to resist temptation because God will do it for me. If I just pray enough, I can do it." And like that's just it's just I think a lot of people get lazy because they're waiting on God to move.
Yeah.
In a way.
Well, Daniel, you have a very interesting story, and thanks that we.
Yes, I appreciate talking with you.
I got to run soon, but well, maybe you can call in another time, and we can talk some more. Yeah,
I'd like to call your political channel sometime if that's possible. Do you take guests on?
Yeah, just make sure you subscribe and put the notifications on, and
I'd love to call in there sometime because I think we're on the same page with that too.
You can make the liberals feel guilty and say, "Hey, I pulled myself up on my bootstraps."
I know. I got a good story against the liberals now.
Okay.
Anyway, thanks, man.
Yeah. See ya.
Hey, bye.
Okay, I'll be right back. Give me 60 seconds. I'm going to play a little more Mike Winger.
Guess, but
yeah, well,
or say it out loud, but
it is what it is. But so now let's say that you've got a vision, you've got a book that is true to the struggles of personal life, that has prophecy, that has this type of history that we have in the Bible. Have you got good reason to believe?
I would say that a whole bunch of poor reasons doesn't add up to one good one. And here's, like, for example,
those aren't poor reasons.
Well, I think they may not be, but I think they're not reliable. Now, for example, we're talking about visions right now, and I think I caught you a little bit when you said that personal experience is, theoretically.
No, here's what you caught me on. The idea of a vision from Vishnu fits the Christian worldview if it was satanically inspired. And I don't know what failsafe you could give somebody to recover from.
Yeah, whenever an experience is from a different religion, Satan has something to do with it.
That without saying, okay, if you can test it against a counterpart in the real world that says this verifies or ratifies my vision, and so you can bounce it against Scripture. Of course, for that you then want to say, how do I verify the authenticity of the Bible itself? And for that, I offer prophecy as well as the other things I've got.
Yeah, I'll take one more caller if someone wants to call in. I'm feeling pretty good, even though I've been going for 3.5 hours. I don't think we got into like Noah's flood here. I think maybe I asked him about some thought experiments. No, the word poof's not in there. The word Noah's not in there. Yeah, this talk with Mike Winger, I think, let's see how it ends. I think it ended well.
we could do it again. Maybe we could pick like a really a narrow subject and just kind of stick to it. I'd be happy to talk about morals or something like that. I think that'd be fun. I know you've been down that road, but not with me.
Yeah, that's a great idea. Morality. I think that's.
Oh yeah, after this, we had a long talk on morality, and I conceded that I don't think morality is subjective. But yeah, I don't think we talked past each other.
One thing that a lot of believers, theists of all stripes, say, well, how can you not believe in a God and be moral? Like it's you got to have the standard, objective standard. And so yeah, that'd be a great topic.
Yeah, I'd love to talk about that. I think it'd be fun. Yeah,
I'm the most moral atheist you're ever going to meet.
Are you sure about that?
I am 100% certain, and I'm not. Certain. I am not open to being wrong about that.
Oh, Doug. Yeah.
Say we joked.
Okay, well, right. you have a good night.
Yeah, you too. You too. Thank you.
Yeah.
See, he loves me here. Ended well. Oh yeah, yeah, Dark, and I've played that one so many times. Of how Mike Winger said that God wanted the flood to be unpleasant. Glad that dude's mic worked out. Yeah, as soon as he put it down, Daniel's mic worked. Let me check the chat here. Tag me if you want my attention. I think being a butcher would be fun. Have your hands bloody all day. Room's open. Call on in. If you're a theist. Michael, are you a Christian? Look like you are. You're posting a lot of weird stuff. You think that impacts people? I say not. David, yeah, you're a Christian. You can come call in. Fahim, I already let you in like 3 times already. Well, maybe you figured it out. Did you figure it out? Did you get to 354?
Oh no, I wanted to ask about something else.
Okay, what do you want to ask me?
Oh, I wanted to ask if you were utilitarian or not.
I lean that way, yeah, but it depends what you mean by it.
So, your view of morality is that, like minimize suffering and increase pleasure.
Yeah, but I'm smart enough to realize that sometimes suffering is good.
Mm-hmm.
Like when you suffer in the gym to work out, you tear your muscles,
well,
you burn your muscles.
So minimize unnecessary suffering.
Yeah, unnecessary or net suffering. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Do you believe animals suffer?
Do I believe animals suffer? Yeah.
So do you think we should reduce animal suffering, or not cause animal suffering?
Yeah, as much as possible.
So, do you think killing them for food, like, falls in line with that, or do you think it goes against it?
No, it doesn't go against it because you can kill fast enough that they're not suffering. Like if a human being puts a gun to the head of another human being and pulls the trigger, do you think they suffer? Especially if they don't see it coming.
So would that be moral? Would it be okay to do that
No,
to a
no,
human?
no. I'm not saying it's moral, but I'm just talking about suffering right now.
Oh, so I mean, okay. So let's. So would it be moral to do that to a human or an animal? Do you think?
To kill them?
Yeah, to kill them.
Yeah, no.
For no
in
reason.
general, no. I would say there's always exceptions. Like if someone's holding a trigger to a nuclear bomb that would kill 1 million people in a big city, I think that it would be immoral not to take a gun and pull the trigger.
So would it be okay to kill them for food?
Be okay to what?
To kill them for food.
To eat them?
Yeah, to kill animals or humans for food.
Yes, I'm a speciesist. You know what that means?
Yes.
Yeah.
Why are you a speciesist?
It's the way I'm hardwired. So I view you.
Yeah.
I view you as more important than even my own dog, unless you give me reason to think that maybe you're not. Maybe you're a serial killer. I don't know, but assuming you're an average human being who is a fairly productive member of society, I think you're more important than my own pet dog, who I love dearly. Because I'm a speciesist. Homo sapiens are more important than dogs.
Yeah, I agree with that, but would it be okay to kill dogs for food?
Sometimes yes, if you're hungry and there's no other option.
Okay, well, if there are other options, would it be okay?
I would say that if you had a choice between a dog or a cow, a pet dog or a cow, it's okay to kill a cow.
What's the morally significant difference between the dog and the cow?
One you have more an emotional bond with versus the other one.
Okay, so if it was between two
Are you
people,
a vegan?
I could. Yes, I am.
Yeah. Ugh, I hate vegans.
Why?
Because you guys are anal. Like you.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, like you rather convert a person to veganism than Islam, I bet.
Well, yeah, it would reduce. I don't want animals to suffer. So.
Why are you so worried about that?
Worried about animal suffering?
Yeah.
Because
like I tend to agree with you, but still, like, true or false?
Because I
true or false? Would you rather a human suffer or an animal suffer? I mean, I know we're animals, but
yeah, an animal suffer. Yeah.
What?
No, I'd rather an animal suffer than a human suffer. Yeah.
Okay, so you're a species.
Assuming it's the same. It's this. Yeah, but
so you're like
it's
me.
the same level of. Yes, but I wouldn't say. If it was between those two, I'd choose the human. But it's not just between those two.
So what's wrong with killing a cow and eating it?
Because the cow doesn't need to be killed.
Why
do you need to eat the cow?
Because it tastes good.
Okay, then humans could taste good.
Yeah, I understand, but I'm a speciesist. Yeah. Humans.
Okay.
Most humans want to live, but let me be clear. If a plane went down and there was no food, and you were dead next to me, I'd probably eat you.
Yeah. Okay.
But it sounds like you and I are the same. Like if a cow doesn't suffer, or let's say it suffers for like 1/10 of a second. What's so bad about that?
But it doesn't. I mean, it suffers its whole life.
What? Who told you this?
That's what happens, and like if you just look at farms in the dairy industry.
I was raised on a farm.
What happens to cows?
I was raised on a farm where we raised steers. Those steers
what kind
of good.
What kind of do you eat? Like factory farmed meat or from a local farm? Like you just get it from the store, right? That's most of that meat is factory farmed. Like they're kept in awful conditions.
What's awful to you?
The same as what's awful to you.
Are you sure?
I think so, yeah.
Because we had pens that were pretty big. The animals weren't stacked into each other. I've driven through the Dakotas and Oklahoma and stuff, and I've seen factory farms, and it's not as bad as what people think it is. They get fed corn silage. It's tasty. It smells good. I want to eat it.
Okay, so you put humans above animals. I think most humans say that.
Yeah. So do you.
But what? Yes, I do as well. But what makes it okay to eat animals and not humans?
I say.
Sorry. Yeah, so what?
So what if you think it's bad?
Well, I'm just questioning it.
Yeah, and I answered.
Yeah, but I mean, I could say, oh, I think it's okay to eat humans.
Okay, try it.
I could, but like, you wouldn't think it's okay?
Right, and you have already admitted that you wouldn't think it's okay either because you're a speciesist.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think all species are equal. I just think the species who feel pain shouldn't be made to feel pain unnecessarily.
Right, and we tend to agree on that.
Yeah, but killing them for food is not necessary.
Killing and suffering are two different things.
But we are making them suffer, though.
We are making them suffer.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'll even give you that. I think cows should suffer.
Why?
Because I hate them.
Why do you hate them?
Because they're ugly.
So anyone who's ugly should suffer?
Yeah, we should make ugly people suffer. I'll give you whatever you want.
Okay.
You're not going to change. You're not going to change people's minds like this. You're not.
Well, it's not to change your mind.
You don't want to change my mind?
Well, I do, but if I'm not going to be able to, then there's no point.
Yeah, there's no point.
It's just to show that what you're saying leads to something absurd, like ugly people deserving to die.
No, you're a speciesist, you said. So we have different standards for cows versus humans. That's what a speciesist means.
Yeah. We can have a different.
You're trying to keep the standards the same. You're trying to say that cows are just as important. Ugly cows are just as important as ugly humans. No, they're not.
No, I'm not trying to say that. I mean, I could say, like I could compare cows to dogs or cows to pigs.
Yeah, and some people have pet cows and they don't eat them.
Mm-hmm. Yes. So what's the difference
because they have an emotional bond with that pet cow. But actually, they do. Some of them actually do end up selling them, and they end up being slaughtered anyhow. But it's harder to kill. It's harder to kill something that you have an emotional bond to. That's just science.
Sure. Yeah.
And we don't have. Most people don't have emotional bonds with most cows.
Yeah, but most people don't have emotional bonds with most people.
Yes, but we're a species. It's hardwired in us. Like, I don't have this picture, but imagine a rock, and imagine a butterfly. And I told you that I'm going to kill your mother unless you destroy the rock or the butterfly. Which one are you going to destroy?
I destroy the rock because the rock isn't sentient.
There you go. Okay, now it's a butterfly and a tree. We got to.
I destroy the tree because the tree isn't sentient.
Okay. Now we got a butterfly and a dog. Which one would you destroy?
Probably the butterfly because it's less sentient.
Okay. What about a dog and a dolphin? Which one? You have to kill one of them. Which one are you going to kill? A dog or a dolphin?
Whichever is less sentient.
Okay. So you're basing everything on sentience, right?
Yes.
So what is more sentient, a human or a cow?
A human, but it's not between a human and a cow. Like you don't have to kill the cow. You could kill, like you could have plants. You don't have to eat cow.
So okay, but when you eat plants, you're killing animals.
No, well, yeah, but you'd have to kill more plants to feed cows than you would to feed humans.
That's true. It's more efficient. I get that.
Yeah.
But as a vegan, you kill animals.
Oh yeah, I know. I know. It's not possible to live without killing animals. You just have to reduce it as much as you can.
Yeah, actually, one could make the argument you kill more animals being a vegan than a carnivore.
No, you can't.
What?
I mean, what's
Are you sure about that? An individual species. I will make the claim that you kill more individual species, individual animals, as a vegan than you do as a carnivore.
As like if I was just eating meat.
Yeah.
Okay, what's your evidence to support that claim?
When you plow a field to make a crop.
Yes, but you do realize that those crop deaths are multiplied when you're feeding the crops to the animals.
Well,
because the animals need to.
It depends. I understand what you're saying, but it depends. If you're putting, let's say, cows on a pasture land, then no, because you're not tilling it. Then there's a lot of free grazing farms like that because the soil is either too rocky or the terrain's not good enough to actually plant crops on it.
But most of the cows.
But you can see though that when you as a vegan eat plants, that you're still killing thousands upon thousands.
Yeah.
How do you live with yourself?
Because that's the least amount of suffering that I could cause.
Okay, so it's just a little bit less. or is it a lot
No,
less?
a little bit less. It's a lot less. I mean, for I mean, 70 billion
how
land
many
animals
cute
are
mice
killed
you
every year.
kill? How many like
Yeah, not as many
rodents
as
are on the field, like
yes,
snakes?
but that's
and
because they're
worms?
taking. If we didn't, then we wouldn't have anything to eat. So
Yeah, so you do what you have to do, right?
yes, but that's necessary.
But you know,
Killing
you
the cows
could
isn't.
just eat I don't know, one type of food. You don't have to eat several types of food. The one type of food that doesn't
Like,
require
I don't.
tillage.
What type of food that could you survive on? Like just one
let's
type.
say
I don't.
I fed you food only from cows that graze free range graze versus I don't know, soybeans that are grown that are from fields that require tillage. Which would you choose?
Wait. So what do you mean? What's tillage? I'm not sure. What that is.
Crops that you actually have to plant and till, and you kill all those rodents on the field, and the snakes on the field, and the worms in the field, all those animals on the field. You have to take a
Yes,
discer in, a plow. You have to
but
harrow it, and then you plant it. You're killing thousands of species to make your soybeans.
but it's not just me. It would be all of the vegans.
Okay, but
right?
I'm giving you a choice now. Are you going to eat
Yes.
those
So
soybeans, or are you going to eat a cow that's on a range that's hilly and rocky? He's just the only time the cow kills anything is if he accidentally steps on a worm. And so, which do you think is less suffering? Which would you choose, that cow
so
or
is
the soybeans?
did the cow suffer when they died or no?
No.
Okay, no, then I'll take the cow.
Oh, there we go. We're the same.
But the cows you're eating are suffering.
How do you know? Did you ask them?
Well, no, because statistically, most of the cows are factory farmed. Unless you go out of your way to find.
I'm
a
okay
cow
with them
that didn't
suffering a
suffer
little
when they
bit.
died.
That's fine.
They didn't suffer a little bit. They suffered a lot their whole life.
Oh man, you get so
And
much
you drink
hope
milk
and
as well,
purpose
right?
out of this, don't you? You feel bad for them, don't you?
Sure, yeah, I do.
That's
I
crazy.
empathize with them. Why is it crazy?
It's just crazy to me that you feel bad for the cow.
How? Why?
I don't know. Everything in my being says you're crazy.
But why?
Really?
Because I mean, cows are like as smart as dogs.
No, they're not.
They are. It's been. I mean, that's the science. That's what it says. Cows, pigs, and dogs are pretty.
Pigs are
similar
smarter than
intelligence.
cows.
Mm-hmm.
But it's crazy to
Pigs
me
are smarter than dogs as well.
it's crazy to me that you feel sorry for them.
Why would I not?
I don't know. I'm just telling you this is how much different you.
It's.
we are.
I would say it's crazy to me that you don't.
They're domesticated animals. Without
Yeah,
humans
but
they would not
They
exist.
still. So that would be better for them, wouldn't it? Why would them not existing be a bad thing? Like if I domesticated a human to eat them, that
Why
would
you
be good.
keep comparing cows to humans when we both agree that we're both speciesists and value humans more than
Yeah,
cows?
but humans being above cows doesn't make cows insignificant.
And no
Like
one's.
if you're
They're
saying,
very significant because they're very tasty.
then
Their
humans could
value
be
is
tasty as
given
well.
by humans. We value cows because we're humans and we made them. We engineered them. They used to come from
So
wild, like what is it, oxen or whatever, centuries ago,
and we can
millennia
make
ago.
humans. We can make any animals. We can.
The
And we
only
can
value a
do
cow
anything
has
we
is
want.
what we place on it.
Yeah, but the same thing could be said for anyone.
Yes.
Why does a human have value?
Well, I'm an atheist. I don't believe in any God, so I don't believe humans have innate, inherent value
Okay,
other
so
than
then
what
so then I
other
can.
humans place on them.
Okay, so then I can eat a human if I don't
Go for
place
it,
value
and
on
we'll
them.
see what happens.
So that will be
We
fine.
have laws that, yeah. But right now, the only
So
way you're going to
so
get people to
so
stop eating meat is not through guilt, not through, oh, the suffering, blah, blah. You got to make laws that put people in jail for eating meat, and good luck with that. Good luck.
well then how would that? Well, if that wouldn't work, then how would you do it?
There is no way to do it. People are going to keep eating meat.
I don't think they will. I think everyone's
You want to make a
stop
bet?
eventually. Yeah.
Okay, I don't know how many years in the future do you want to make this bet?
Is it how many years till?
What's the bet?
Most I would say most people will switch to a plant-based diet within the next 50 years. I mean, they'd have to because
Okay, I'm going to be dead in
the
50 years. You
environment's
got to make it like,
okay. How long do you? What's the longest? I don't know.
let's say
20, 25,
let's say 30 years.
30 years. Well, yeah, okay, 30 years.
So when I'm like on my deathbed, you're going to come.
Yeah, when you're on your
You're going
deathbed,
to come collect money
most
from
people
me
most.
if you win. So in 30
I'll
years,
give
30 years, your prediction's what?
majority of the planet will be vegan.
When you say majority, you mean just 51%?
Let's go with 70.
70% vegan. When you say vegan, you mean vegan, right? No cheese.
Oh, no cheese, yeah.
Completely plant-based vegan. 70% by the year 2053. How much you want to wager?
I think it's.
What's the most you got? What's your
I don't
inheritance?
know how much I'll have by then.
I'm willing to bet your inheritance from your mom and dad that you are wrong. 30 years, like, 70%.
Because I mean, meat isn't sustainable for the environment anyway, and then artificial meat is.
What percent is vegan right now? Do we know?
I think it's 1 or something like that.
So yeah, I think you're right. I think it's
1. Yeah.
What percent of the world is vegan? If you said vegetarian, I think you have a better chance. But yeah, less than 1% of the world's population are vegan. And you're saying in 30 years it's going to be, oh, you have no chance of winning that bet. Huh? I tell you, if you have $1 million, let's go for it.
I don't have that one. Maybe if I work for NASA or something, I might.
Okay, well, what are you willing to bet? Let's say, can you do 1,000?
Yeah, we'll do 1,000.
$1,000 30 years from now. Someone bookmark this.
Okay.
I tell you, there's no way you're going to win that.
Okay.
I even if I give you the benefit of the doubt, I am just like, you can convince so many people to feel sorry for cows and cry like you cry.
No, I don't think it will be because of people feeling sorry. I think it will be for the environment and the options being healthier and more available.
Oh, really?
So once artificial meat becomes commercialized, it will be cheaper, healthier, and people will
well,
be
yeah,
able to
even
produce
then,
it
like
much.
To say that artificial meat's going to be that wide of scale and that cheap, 70%, no, not a chance. And if you think humans are going to change over because of climate change, is that what you're getting at?
Yes.
Yeah, no, not a chance.
So humans will die then?
No. How many years? You honestly think humans are going to die?
No, they won't die. It would just be the conditions will get much worse. I mean, in 12 years, things are going to get really bad.
You've bought into that hook, line, and sinker too, haven't you?
Yep.
Let's make another bet. This one's only 12 years. What's going to happen in 12 years?
I don't know what's going to happen. Something was going to happen.
You said 12 years just now. What were you referring to? What AOC said 3 years ago?
Sorry? Sorry, what are you saying?
What heard that pretty congressman woman, what's her name?
I got it. I think I got it from your video, actually.
Yeah, and I got it from AOC, which is like ridiculous.
I don't think
you
so.
young people think that you've bought into this whole idea that the world's coming to an end unless we change, and I mean, no.
Do you not believe in climate change?
I do, but it's not going to be this alarmist idea of the world's coming to an end and we have no choice. Floodwaters are going to be pouring into cities all around the world, and unless we change, we got like 12, 20 years left. And no, I'll take bets on that all day long.
Okay.
I just wish I could live long enough to say I told you so. I remember in the late 80s.
Yes, my dad would say the same thing.
Yeah, I mean. And the thing is, it's for young people, it's a way to give them some meaning in their life. Like in a way, I kind of wish they would stick to religion, because when you
really,
because it's more, it doesn't really have an impact on people's day-to-day lives. But when you start saying stuff like, unless we have this carbon tax, unless we do this and this, unless we change everybody's eating habits, and maybe you can still eat meat, but you got to eat bugs instead in order to save the environment. No, this is ridiculous.
If you don't mind me asking, how old are you?
How old do you think I am? I'm 52. Don't guess. Yeah.
I was gonna say that.
Really?
I was gonna, yeah. You looked, around 50-ish.
Yeah. No,
I'm 21.
I don't think you're going to be able to convince people to change their diets based on the climate warming. I think you might get some people to change their minds, but and I think you've already admitted guilt's not going to work. So you just have to live with the idea that
I think the guilt would work for some people, but I just feel like most people aren't aware of what happens to the animals in the industry.
it works with, yeah, I agree. It works with some people, but a very small percentage. Like you really have to. To me, eating meat is such a evolutionary primal thing that it's going to take. I don't even know if it's possible to change people's habits on that.
That's yes, that's fair, but I just disagree. Yeah.
And I think the health argument, I think it depends on
Yeah,
the
I was
person.
going to bring up the health argument as well.
The health argument can go both ways depending. Like I've seen people get healthier on vegan diets. I've also seen people get healthier on carnivore diets. But you know, it's pretty obvious we're omnivores.
Okay, but that doesn't really, that wouldn't justify anything. Like, because we can.
But justification is in the eye of the beholder when it comes to this topic. It's like, I feel bad that certain animals are suffering. So if we can do something else, then we'll do something else. That's your whole argument.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's immoral. So.
But if I was to just give you that argument for free and just say, no, I'm okay with a little bit of suffering of animals because the meat's really tasty.
Well, it'll be a lot of suffering because it's like
okay,
5
I
minutes.
can give you that. I'm okay with a whole bunch of suffering of cows because meat's really tasty.
Okay, then
what would you say
I would
then?
I would just say you're an immoral person.
Yeah, and I would say I don't care if you think I'm a moral person. You lock me up.
Yeah, but that's what I mean, that's what a murderer would say as well.
Yeah, and so you can call me a murderer, and vegans do this. They call people who eat cheese rapists. They call people who eat meat murderers. And and my advice to people listening is when vegans say this to you, give it to them. I'm a rapist. I'm a murderer for eating meat. And what are you going to do about it? The only thing you can do is try to make me feel guilty, but it won't work.
Yeah, that's it. Like if you're okay with being that,
if you're okay with being a rapist, then
or paying for it, I guess, because you're not actually doing the action. But
well, I know I used to.
Oh, you used to artificially inseminate the cows?
Well, no, not on our farm, but on our farm I've grabbed a chicken with my own bare hands, put it on a table. My mother took a knife and went whack, and we see blood squirting, and we see the turkey running around with no head. Like for a guy like you would be so squeamish, you would probably faint.
No, I would be fine. I just don't think that's right.
Oh, you wouldn't faint?
Like I mean, no. I mean, I can handle gore. It's just like it's like seeing blood in a movie.
You think that chicken was suffering when it was running around with no head?
I'm not sure.
The answer is no.
Probably suffered when it's about to die.
The brain's in the part that's cut off.
Why was it running around?
That's just a neurological reflex. Because there's still blood
I think it would
in
have
the system.
suffered.
What?
I think it would have suffered like before it was dying. But
a turkey on a thing, you think it's suffered. You think it's oh, I'm about to have my head chopped off. You think it's that sentient?
Probably. I mean, if
you think it was worried that it was going to get killed?
Did he see the knife?
Yeah, come to think of it, I remember the one time that turkey or a chicken looked up at me and said, "Is this thing safe?" Oh my goodness.
I mean, I think the ducky would have an idea of what's going to happen.
Like, but this is the depths you have to reach to, like, to say that, that turkey was smart enough to see the knife coming. I mean,
okay, so if someone's not smart enough to see it coming, like, would it be fine to do it?
Yeah.
But then all you have.
When you say someone, you mean people?
Yeah. So
we already talked about this.
Okay, so why is what's the morally significant difference between a human and an animal?
The morally humans placing value on other humans, that's the difference.
So, like, that's circular, right? Because I'm talking about humans themselves.
The only reason why you have value, Fahim, you have zero value other than other humans have placed value on you.
Okay, so if if no one placed value on me, would it be okay to kill and eat me for food?
If no one placed value on you, if you had zero
Mm-hmm.
value, yes.
Okay, well, I wouldn't be okay with that. Like, cause
Okay, but then it's a different situation. You're a human. You place value on yourself. But if you
don't animals place value on themselves?
We already went through this. You are a speciesist. I'm a speciesist. If an
I'm just
animal
asking.
places value on himself, so be it.
Okay, so what's the difference then? Like, why
They're
do you
not
not care
human.
about animals? So
Like,
what's so good about being human?
That's the thing about being a speciesist.
Like it's like a race. It's a racist. Like a racist saying, "Oh, they're not white."
Right.
Yeah.
Being a speciesist is just like racism.
Right. So what's the difference? Like, why is one okay and the other not? Or is racism
Because
okay?
humans have deemed it so.
So whatever humans deem is right then.
Yes, I'm a subjective
So if all humans,
moralist.
if all humans deem that it's okay to rape women, then it will be okay.
Well, yeah, I don't think that would ever happen. But you think?
But hypothetically,
yes,
it could happen.
in our history, that's how we procreated.
Right. So would that be? So that was good at a certain point.
But right now, that's not good because we have deemed it not so. But 300, 400, 500,000 years ago, do you think procreation happened through consent?
No, but like that, it would still be wrong, though, wouldn't it?
No.
Like so rape was fine back then. Like slavery was fine
back then.
As an
atheist, there's no. I don't believe in objective morality. There's nothing outside of humans that says, "Oh, this is right and always right, and this is wrong."
So how can you have a problem with like stuff in the Bible that goes against?
I'm showing an internal contradiction from their worldview. That's why I use it.
Oh, okay. So it's not like it's got nothing to do with what you think.
If they say that their God is all loving and loves children, or whatever, and then on the same hands believe that their God drowned children, that's a problem for them.
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe their God exists.
But what if they believe that whatever God commands is good?
What about it? Yeah, most of them do believe that.
So then that wouldn't.
Right, but what I'm doing is I'm taking advantage of the fact that, like, I remember when you asked me I think you asked me why I like eating meat or whatever. I said it's programmed in me. I think that because of evolution, that it is programmed in people to have this repulsion, reverse. They just don't like it. They don't like seeing their own kind being killed. And so if a Christian claims, or even a Muslim claims, that your morality is put on your heart, your conscience through this deity, and yet this deity, so you have this repulsion, yet this deity did the same things you repulsed on, this causes cognitive dissonance in them.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
So that's the whole the poof or drown thing that you do.
Yeah.
Mm. I mean, I think that's a really good experiment. Because
why?
I feel like everyone who's saying drown, I don't think they actually would do that. But
well, no. Some of them might mean it. I don't know. But the thing is, there's this. Just like you demonstrated earlier, you have this. You are a speciesist. You value one species more than another, and you said based on intellect or sentience.
On sentient. Yeah. Sentience.
But why that?
But if there was because that's which is the ability to feel pain or
right, but it's still a subjective metric you've used.
Sentience. Yeah, but I don't really know what else more because I don't really know what else morality would go down to. Because I would bring it down to
you're
suffering.
a Muslim, you said.
So whatever, yes.
So it's whatever Allah says.
No, I don't believe in divine command theory.
But if Allah himself told you to eat meat, you wouldn't do it?
Well, no, I mean, I don't think eating meat in and of itself would be wrong. But I don't think so. I don't think Allah would command.
Wait a minute. Eating meat, it's not in itself wrong?
No, it's not.
So what makes it wrong?
It would, if the animal suffered.
Okay, so the animal doesn't suffer, then eating meat's not wrong.
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so you're just against animal suffering and eating meat.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah. So
in the same, I would say the same for humans. So if the humans didn't suffer, then it would be okay if they.
So really,
eat the flesh.
So really, you'd be all for a turkey walking around freely wherever it wants to go on a farm. You'd be all for that turkey just having a quick and painless death, head being chopped off.
I don't I don't think their lives should be ended before the natural lifespan.
Why?
The same reason I wouldn't think for humans to have their lives
why-
ended before.
But then you're not basing it on suffering or sentience. You're just basing it on lifespan. Well, where does this come from?
Because you'd be preventing them from having their pleasure maximized.
So what?
That's the other thing that it comes down to as well.
Well, maybe you're saving them a life of grief. Let's say it gets a disease.
Well, yeah, but you could cure them of the disease. I mean, I think the goal should be to maximize their pleasure after minimizing the suffering.
You have a goal to maximize turkey pleasure?
Just all pleasure.
All pleasure.
I mean, like that's what heaven is, right?
How can you you would go insane trying to maximize all species pleasure.
Well, yeah.
Like for your own mental health, you should stop being a vegan.
Well, it makes me
you feel good,
that
right?
I'm not,
Makes you feel like you have purpose in life.
Well, I guess religion does that, but
I wonder when you leave Islam, if you're going to leave veganism as well. I wonder.
No, I wouldn't, but I would say they are connected.
Really? Are most Muslims
to
vegan?
Me, no, they're not. They're not. But to me, they are. To me, like Islam and vegan, like I would say, Islam would be in favor of.
When did you first become vegan?
When I went to America, but it was mainly from Cosmic Skeptic stuff that I wanted to actually become vegan.
Oh. So you came to America and you started watching Cosmic Skeptic?
No. So I had considered going a vegan for like a long time, but I was just kind of being a hypocrite about it. Like I was procrastinating.
So how old were you when you actually became vegan?
20.
And how old are you now?
21.
I'll also make another bet with you that by the time you're my age, you'll no longer be a vegan.
Okay, I'll bet everything on that.
Really?
Yeah. But I'm not 21, so it'll be over 30 years, right? 31 years.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'd bet everything on
that. So when you were 20, you became vegan.
Mm-hmm.
Did you have a girlfriend?
No, I do now.
Is your girlfriend vegan?
Yes.
Would you ever marry or date a non-vegan?
I might date them, but if they wouldn't try to change, I wouldn't.
You wouldn't marry a non-vegan?
No.
Wow.
But I wouldn't marry a non-Muslim either.
So veganism is just as powerful as religion as Islam for you.
It's not a religion.
Because if my wife became vegan, I wouldn't divorce her or anything.
Mm-hmm.
Like, why couldn't you marry a person who eats meat? What's the big deal?
The same reason you wouldn't. Well, would you marry a racist?
I've been told that everybody's racist.
Well, it's just someone who.
Someone could say I did.
I mean, like, causes suffering to being like other races, like actively causes suffering to other races.
Yeah. See, I think what you view as suffering on another human being, I wouldn't view as suffering, at least not unnecessary or gratuitous, for sure, not gratuitous. Like do you think if I was to say something that causes someone to cry, I've made them suffer?
Yes.
So if I say to a Christian, Jesus was not God, and they start crying, have I done something bad?
Probably, yeah.
See, and this is where we disagree. And this is probably shapes your whole worldview and my whole worldview.
But I think it depends on your intent as well. So if you were saying it to make them cry, it would be bad. But if you didn't mean to make them cry, it would be okay.
Okay, but let's say my intent is to make them cry.
Okay, yeah, then it would be
bad.
Yeah.
But let's say that intent is still there, and with a different person, I say that same thing with the same intent if they don't cry, and they just brush it off. Isn't it weird how the exact same intent with the exact same words causes one person to cry and yet another person to feel nothing? Like, who cares? So
I mean, you could be racist to someone, it could cause them to cry. You could be racist to someone and it it couldn't, like, they couldn't cry.
Okay, so now here's the
It'd
question.
still be wrong, right?
Is it possible to say a racist thing and cause, is it bad to say a racist thing? Let me start this way. Is it bad to say something
Probably.
racist? Okay, why is it bad to say something racist?
I would say it's bad.
Careful
because
now. Think where this, I'm trapping you here.
No. Yeah. Okay, so I'd say it's only bad if it does cause suffering.
There you go. So saying something racist is only bad if it causes someone harm. Is what you would say, right?
Yeah.
So if I say something racist to a black person and it makes them very sad, I've done something bad. If I say something very racist to another black person and they feel no sadness whatsoever, I haven't done anything bad, have I?
I think wanting to make someone suffer is bad.
But have I done a racist action to them?
No. You have, but you didn't cause them to suffer.
But it's interesting what you just said. Saying something racist with a bad intent is bad in itself. Is that what you said?
Yeah. So I think saying or doing anything with the intent of causing suffering.
Okay, well, I'm talking about saying stuff, not doing stuff. Well, saying is doing, but let's say, why is it bad for someone to utter words with racist intent, with intent to do harm, but yet it doesn't do any harm? Why is that bad?
Because they intended to do harm.
Okay, but why is that intent bad if it actually doesn't do harm?
I like the same reason why harm is bad.
Same reason what?
The same reason why harm is bad.
But I haven't done harm.
But if you want to do it, would it not be bad?
I'm giving you a hypothetical situation where the intent is harm, but no harm was done. And I'm asking you the question through words, why is that bad? If no harm,
I would just say
no harm was done.
But that would be like asking why is harm bad? I would just think that it just is like intending to cause harm is bad. Like, it's not as bad as harming, but it is bad.
It's bad even though there's no harm?
Yeah.
Okay, and why is it bad?
Like the same reason why harm is bad.
And that is, why is harm bad?
I think it's.
What would you say?
I think that's. I think it just is by definition.
Well, I would say harm is bad.
I would say like unnecessary harm. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Sure.
But if your intent to harm doesn't actually harm.
But would someone not want you to want to harm?
Would someone?
Because like let's say you're I wouldn't want you to intend to harm me. Even if it didn't harm me, like I wouldn't want you to.
Yeah. Okay, that's a good point. I would not want that. I would not want someone to try even if they fail.
Yeah.
But the point I was making though is that what makes something wrong, I think in both our worldviews is the result is, was harm done? Right?
Okay. Yeah.
So bringing this back to veganism,
okay.
It's only wrong to kill an animal if indeed there was harm.
Okay.
So we're agreed?
So it's the same go for humans. So.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, I mean, I think if the same standard for humans is being used, then fine. I just wouldn't, because my goal is to maximize pleasure, so I wouldn't want to cut that off.
Yeah, but there's limits with that too, right? Like your goal is not to maximize pleasure when it comes to taking a vaccine.
Well, that would be to minimize potential harm
right.
from.
But you cause harm to minimize harm.
Yes.
Yeah. So your standard is not just to maximize pleasure.
No, so it would be maximize pleasure after minimizing harm.
So I use the word net, to try to minimize net suffering.
Yeah, but once you do, so let's say net suffering is 0, then the next step would be to make net pleasure like higher, as high as it can be, I guess.
Well,
like if
maybe, but I mean,
Because like you could live a decent life without suffering, but you could live a better life with more pleasure, and it'll be better for you. It'll be good.
Yeah. Yeah, I
Now
guess I agree with that.
I would want that for you. Like I would want you to live the happiest life you could live.
But just like to maximize, there's always downsides, right? In trying to maximize pleasure, you might cause suffering, and if you maximize suffering, for some people you might actually cause pleasure if they're like.
Do you mean if yeah, but I think the way that I would describe suffering and pleasure is that so pleasure would be a positive brain state, and then suffering would be a negative brain state.
Yeah, I agree with that. Okay.
So yeah.
So I guess we're all agreed.
So,
you'll continue to be a vegan. I'll continue to be a omnivore, and in 30 years I will collect $1,000 from you because you said it would be 70% of the world would be vegan. So you'll...
if they are, then you should go vegan.
Oh yeah, if you're right, I'll not only will I'll pay you $1,000, I'll become vegan. That's how confident I am. And and you owe me your entire net worth if by my age you become a carnivore or an omnivore. Right? You said that you're willing to bet everything. Did you know the stats on how many vegans leave veganism?
I don't.
You don't?
No.
Maybe I shouldn't tell you because you'll get scared.
You can tell me, but I think those vegans aren't vegan for ethical reasons; they're for health reasons. Like they'll try veganism. They'll try veganism and they won't supplement correctly, or they won't have a good enough diet that has all the nutrients that they need, and they'll start getting skinny or whatever, and then they'll switch back to meat and it'll be fine.
Oh, this is both vegetarians and vegans, so I'm not sure about vegans, but 84% of vegetarians and vegans abandon their diet. About 1/3 of lapsed vegetarians and vegans maintain the diet for 3 months or less. Yeah, I don't know what it is just for vegans. Hang on. They always lump vegetarians. Those people lumping vegetarians with vegans. Vegetarians are just posers. They're phonies. Is veganism losing popularity? 5% of respondents were vegan. Yeah, more and more people are starting to have bad attitudes about vegans. It's because you guys are religious. That's why.
Maybe dogmatic.
Yeah. So the stats kind of point to the fact that you're going to leave. Not only are you going to leave Islam, you're going to leave veganism.
Wait, what are the stats for Islam? Do you know?
What? Well, yeah, the thing is you can't count reproduction, right? Like just the net.
Yeah, net. Like conversion versus deconversion, I guess.
The 2017 Pew Research Center survey of U.S. Muslims using slightly different questions. 24% of the share of those who were raised Muslim but have left Islam. Among this group, 55% no longer identify with any religion. So it looks like 24%.
24% of, is it?
Raised Muslims.
Is that 24? Okay.
Let's see what it
so
is.
A quarter.
Let's see what it is for Christianity in the U.S. Oh,
I think it's higher,
no,
and I think it's getting
lower.
Is it lower?
23% versus 24%.
Oh, okay. I saw a video by genetically modified skeptics saying that over time Christianity is gonna get a lot smaller in the U.S.
Oh yeah.
I think atheism will probably be the most popular worldview by then.
Well, people are still scared to call themselves atheists because of
an atheist,
stigma.
yeah.
But
yeah, same with vegan.
You have according to the stats, you have a 24% chance of leaving Islam before you reach my age, let's say, and you have a 84% chance of becoming an omnivore.
That would be if I was vegan for health reasons.
Well, they didn't specify the reasons, but
that is why
I think
because most people become vegan for health reasons or environmental.
I think that's the only reason to become vegan. I think
for health reasons.
Yeah. If you try for moral reasons, I tell you to try to be consistent in that religion is next to impossible. I bet you there's something animal products in your room right now. I bet you if I was to come in with a forensic team.
Yeah, maybe something that I got before I was vegan. I have a leather jacket.
Yeah. Why haven't you destroyed it? Doesn't it fill you with guilt? Should give to a homeless person. They don't care about animal suffering.
Yeah, maybe I should, but I should give a lot more to homeless people. Yeah.
And even the food you eat. How many times have you gone to a restaurant and said you're vegan and you accidentally got some meat products in there?
It's usually restaurants aren't halal anyway, so like I wouldn't eat the meat even before I was vegan. So
I know, but I tell you, you have to do you go to restaurants often?
I guess yeah, I do. Like maybe every few weeks.
It's pretty safe for me to say that there's been times when you've gone to a restaurant in the last year that you thought you were eating completely vegan and you weren't.
I don't think I have, because I mean I'd have to be careful with meat and pork and stuff anyway. So, but because most of the stuff I'm getting is like
vegetables.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you never have like some type of sauce, or it's
really,
or it's prepared in some type of saute.
I know that I think in America they fry the fries in beef fat, so
yeah,
that wouldn't be halal anyway, so I wouldn't eat that.
It's pretty hard to avoid all butter.
I have vegan butter.
Yeah. Anyhow, thanks for coming on, Fahim.
All right.
I hope you won't have bad dreams about a turkey with its head off.
Okay. Yeah, we'll see.
Okay, see ya.
All right, see ya.
Is my audio better? Was it one channel? Is that what was happening? We are omnivores. We get sick if we don't eat a balanced diet. Oh, but vegans will have an answer for you. As long as you're taking your B12 supplements, you'll be fine. I don't know. You think I was too hard on him? Like with vegans, I'm to the point where, yes, assume I'm a murdering rapist. Don't care about, I want animals to suffer more. Give everything they want to them. Still quiet. Oh, I know why. There, now it's better. I tell you, the audio does things on its own. Did I ever watch Epic Mealtime? No. Why? What's that about? Like I was I'd say a vegetarian for a year. I never was a vegan. Maybe for a month. But yeah, for moral reasons, I don't think you can stay consistent. And you'll drive yourself crazy trying. Is this belt made out of leather? Are these shoes any leather products? I mean, your whole life, you're constantly double checking things, labels, and you just get tired of it after a while. What about buying a car? Like all the potential leather in a car. Pinecreek is about eating dangerous quantities of meat. Oh, I'm sure you can get... There's danger if you eat too much of anything. I'd say right now I'm probably still 80% vegetarian. I should have told that gentleman that. But the only meat I still eat is fish, salmon mostly, and chicken breast. And I tell you, chickens are ugly animals. Birds in general are ugly. They are deserving of the suffering we give them to murder them just for being so ugly. Kill those chickens, I say. Make them suffer, I say, so we can take their breasts, cook them in butter, and devour their luscious meat. Get Cosmic Skeptic in here. Chickens shouldn't be eaten because they produce eggs. Well, you don't kill all of them. You keep some chickens alive so they can produce eggs. I used to eat like, I don't know, 20 eggs a week. I'm down to 0. Oh no, that's not true. I eat egg whites. I eat egg whites, chicken breasts, salmon, and then the rest is vegetarian stuff. I eat very little meat because 1, I feel better, 2, environment, 3, ethics. I think only one of those reasons is good, Oak River, that you feel better. Floyd FP says, I just have to insist that you do not promote my YouTube show tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern on my YouTube channel, where I will critique a Greg Bonson debate video. Okay, Floyd, I will not promote your video, your YouTube channel tomorrow at 8 p.m. Eastern. I will not. Shameless plugs. You should feel bad. You're probably a meat eater, Floyd, right? It's typical. All you meat eaters tend to shamelessly plug your YouTube channels on other YouTube channels. It's just a example of moral decay in our society. Not sure about your song, Sapir Ode. I don't think I got it. My apologies to Mike Winger. He was scheduled to come on and talk about 6 years ago, our conversation, but we ran out of time.